sun rays, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the north of Italy. Welcome to round 4 of the WSK Supermasters Series. It is almost officially the end of winter time here in the north of Italy. It is round 4 of the WSK Supermasters Series. Slightly cloudy skies, but we are expecting to race the biggest event yet in WSK history on a dry circuit. Great to have your company wherever you're watching live around the world. This is round 4 of 5. The 2025 WSK Supermasters Series. In just a moment, the first of our 11 pre-finals this morning, starting off with the youngest drivers here racing. It is the Mini Under 10 pre-final. It will be Daniel Pasquale in the CRG Black Mirror to lead the field out onto the circuit from pole position. The Italian actually taking pole position on Friday in time qualifying with a time of 54.114. Right alongside him, though, is the American Josh Bergman. What an outstanding start he's had to 2025. He won the first round of the championship at Le Conca. He won at Sarno, and he won 14 days ago at Lonato. 3 from 3 for the American, and he starts out of grid 2 this morning for the Kiddix driver performance team. Yes, 405 drivers from 56 nations around the world. Round 4 of 5, the WSK Supermasters Series. Next week, we go back to the Leopard International Circuit at Viterbo, north of Rome, for the first time since 2011, for the championship deciding final round of the Supermasters Series, the championship, which dates back to 2010. Well, our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, has just given the word. The green flag flies on the grid, and DP leads the field out onto the circuit for the first of our pre-finals here this morning. We'll take a look at the grid. Daniel Pasquale on pole position. Josh Bergman out of 2. Wingod Schalk out of 3. Edouard Rouget. Colton the Texan. David Acton the pole. Beretta, Pantuli, Midas and Raikkonen out of grid 10. Predeshko, Andreas Papagiorgio, the Cypriot, who was on the podium at Sarno for the Monster K factory team, starts out of 12. And it's Garcia, Cooper Lopez, Nail El Gahaldi, Watakit Superchok, Yanel Gre, Platonkov Tunenko, who led at times at Sarno, Pietres and JVDC, Julian van der Kottele out of grid 20. Wiboyo, Johan Berger, second WSK race for the young Austrian, Hugo Hedgnar, Koramo, Leo Kralev, Nico Fardino out of 26, Gaziel Nakded, Raika, the second of the 3 Finns, Halilovic. Demir is alongside Max, and Marcelo Flores, Ben Karakovic, Oscar Ernston, Mason Maddox, the South African FRANCIACORTA and Filippo Trulis from Greece on the final row of the grid. The first of our 11 pre-finals here this morning, over 10 laps for the youngest drivers here racing at this magnificent FRANCIACORTA Motorsport Complex. We'll speak about that throughout the course of the day. 1.3 kilometres, 1 lap. And DP to the left of your screen in the CRG leads them up to the line. Another formation lap. Pasquale in the CRG Black Mirror, powered by the TM. Josh in 563, the Miami powered Kart Republic for the Kiddix Driver Academy. That's David Acton, 527 for Team Driver. Just warming the Vega tyres, 17 degrees Celsius yesterday. Beautiful winter sunshine. A little bit of cloud cover. We are expecting rain today, but that is at the end, or after the last checkered flag has fallen, which is for the KZ2 final at 3:30 this afternoon. 405 drivers from 56 nations around the world. This is round 4 of 5, the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series. We welcome you to FRANCIACORTA, the Mini Under 10 final. It's not going to start now. You can see a massive pile up on the back straight. Carnage before we've even gone green. Demolition Derby style. There are 7, 8, 9 karts stopped on the back straight. It may actually be Colton, red flag, involved in that. There's Daniel to the left of your screen, red flag, no chance of a start. Not the best way to get underway here today. A massive pile up. We actually saw this at times yesterday. throughout the heats. Not to that degree, though. Wow. A sensational non-start to the first pre-final today. The field to be reset quickly on the start-finish line. Almost 1/3 of the field involved in an accident going into the hotel hairpin before we even go green. So the field will be reset on the start-finish straight. 11 pre-finals this morning, and the first one has not even gone green. Inconsistent speed down the back straight. We saw this yesterday throughout the heats. A couple of cars actually stalling. Such was the pace. It was walking pace, 10, 12 kilometres an hour. Okay, that's a jog. That's a light run. But it was slow enough for multiple cars to stall yesterday. This happened again just now, you saw. And cars stalling and crashing on the back straight, an unacceptable way to start the morning here. The Mini Under 10 pre-final. No problem for the front row of the grid. Daniel Pasquale to start out of pole position when we do go green in a moment's time. You can just see our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, conferring with Mario Pacella, one of the commissaires here, one of the technical delegates. The grid being reset now. Assistant race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, down on the grid. We will reset the grid and we will try one more time to start the Mini Under 10 pre-final. So the grid is being reset. Daniel Pasquale will start on pole position. Josh Bergman out of grid 2. There's a couple of drivers who actually sustained damage in that, and there is frantic work going on. There's some mechanics rushing onto the circuit. Just a moment or two away from the restart of the non-start. Mini Under 10, our first non-start pre-final this morning. The first of 11 races. Round 4 of the Supermaster Series. The 622 CRG being pushed back onto the grid. Mason Maddox, the South African for the CRG Holland team, being pushed back onto the circuit from pit lane after rapid repairs. For Mason, the South African, one of 3, possibly 4 South Africans here, along with Matteo Maddox, Nicholas Ruse in KZ2. Mason to start out of grid 34, the driver from the outskirts, the very far outskirts of Johannesburg in South Africa. Second WSK race for Mason, and not a good start to his morning. with damage to the 622 CRG Holland. Entry starting out of grid 34. There are one or two drivers with too much damage sustained. You can see the Baby Race team in the background pushing one of their carts back to pit lane for rapid repairs. It looks as though Ghazi Al Makdad, too much damage to the Belgian's kart, will miss the restart of the non-start in a few moments' time. In the DAP colours, Ghazi Al Makdad at risk of missing the restart here. We are running behind time. We'll try and make this up. The non-start crashed down the back straight on the formation lap in the Mini Under 10 pre-final. The 631 Tony kart also being dragged off to the side of the circuit. Farella Beretta with too much damage as well. So the field reduced before we do start. A delayed start to the day here, unfortunately. That crash on the formation lap, not for the first time this weekend. The restart of the non-start, the Mini Under 10 pre-final in just a moment. So the green flag is about to fly here, finally. And we restart the Mini Under 10 pre-final. You can see the field has been reduced. We'll confirm for you in a moment which drivers will not make the start. Ghazi Al Makdad, Nail El Gahoudi. It looks as though Barretta is out before the start. Raikkonen also look for the 592 of the Swiss Finn, who has not come round unless he's at the back of the field. Midas also. So Daniel Pasquale leads the field around under strict instructions, this time for a much more consistent pace. The drivers to miss the start: Francescocorta, Ghazi Al Makdad, Robin Raikkonen, and Farel Barretta Duja. Those four drivers out before the start. Slowing it up again. Unacceptable. Very inconsistent pace there by the front row of the grid. You can see the frustration from the drivers behind. Daniel Pasquale on pole position. Josh Bergman to the outside. Cleaner, but not the cleanest this weekend for the Mini Under 10 pre-final. Our assistant race director, Mr. Marco Carolino, standing on the middle of the circuit saying, let's keep it consistent. We've already lost 4 drivers. No start as they're scattered like sheep across the line. So Colton Snickenberg did get away with that in terms of he was able to escape the damage. There's the Californian-born Texan for Ward Racing, 658, inside third row of the grid. Jan Algrea for the Formula K SRP factory team, the Estonian, 580. Farrell Beretta has rejoined from pit lane. The French Tony Car driver trying to catch up to the back of the pack where he'll have to start. So a reprieve of sorts for Beretta, who will actually make the start. Al-Megdad, Raikkonen won't, nor will Francesco Petta. Still working on those latter 3 karts in pit lane though. Contact again in the back. There's Platon Kovtonenko for Bosch Racing, who pulled out to avoid running into the back of Pławin Warakin Superchalk. Oscar Ernston almost stalling the Ward Racing Tony Kart out of grid 33. Daniel Pasquale on pole position, Mini Under 10 pre-final. Finally, this time we race for the first time today. Bergman up into second. Colton follows him through. The drivers from the United States, second and third. But it's Daniel Pasquale in the CRG Black Mirror who leads the way down the hill for the first time today. Stefan Miras going through. Nail El Gahoudi has had an incident in turn 2. The Moroccan falls back to last, but at least he's still in the race as Daniel Pasquale leads it coming down the hill. Colton down the inside of Josh. The Americans trade positions. DPP1. There's Aman Pantoli, the French driver for LA Motorsport, who finished on the podium at La Conca Lucchese. Made an initial good start, but he's lost a position there. Technical defect flag for El Gahoudi at the back of the pack anyway. It'll be a near-on back row, final row start for the final this afternoon for the Moroccan in the 584. Miras from Bergman. So Josh is in 563. Wing Gottschalk now from 564. He's had a great start to 2025. Win for the Giddings Driver Performance Team. Daniel Pasquale in the CRG Black Mirror leads the way. The blue flag about to be displayed. You can see the Paralin driver on the inside about to go a lap down. Just confirming Raikkonen, Zvaric, Petta not making the start. Good start from Edouard Rouget and also Cooper Lopez, who's now up inside the top 10. The Venezuelan also in the CRG, 674. Karakovic was the driver who got lapped there. Daniel Pasquale settles into a lead in the early stages of the first of our 11 pre-finals here this morning. David Acton for team driver in P5 is the pole. Colton for Ward Racing in second place, closing in on the back of Daniel Pasquale. David down the inside into the hotel hairpin. Nicely done as he goes by Wingod Schultz for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team. Finally, we've got a bit of rhythm here in the mini under 10 pre-final. This is lap 4 of 10. DP leads the way from Colton. And Josh looking to go an incredible, possibly unprecedented 4 from 4. If he can take victory later on this afternoon, it's a big ask, but he's been competitive all week. Josh Bergman currently in P3 behind his countryman. There's Colton, has a look at the back of Daniel Pasquale. They race down the hill, this 1.3 kilometre circuit of FRANCIACORTA. Acton, the driver on the charge, is David. 5.27. Puntely goes back into P6 from Midash. Cooper Lopez driving nicely in 6.74. Predeshko, 5.81 is the Romanian in the LKE powered Lenzo karts. Pasquale across the line at 1:01 k's an hour. Fastest lap of the race now for Platon Kovtunenko, who's fallen back down into 17th place, but now he's made up positions into 11th. Colton nicks down the inside. Nice pass by the American to go P1. 54.618 from Platon Kovtunenko. Purple sectors, he's on the back of Adam Predeshko, the Romanian, and Edouard Rouget. Good start also from Mason Maddox, involved in that first non-start incident. As you see, Aman Puntely being fed a wheel by Wingod Schultz. Mason charging through the field is the South African. From grid 34, he's up into 19th. Josh down the inside. And the Americans 1 and 2. Daniel back to 3. Half race distance, the mini under 10 pre-final here this morning. Wood Racing P1 with a Californian-born Texan, Colton Snickenberg. Pasquale behind Josh Bergman. Pasquale drives by the inside of Josh Bergman. That was a nice pass. It actually looked almost too easy. Whether Josh just gave him track position in an attempt to follow the Italian, because they can both see that Josh Bergman is starting to pull away. Sorry, Colton is starting to pull away. Josh in third place, trying to retake second. David Acton and Aman Puntely, 4 and 5, the Pole and the French drivers. Then back to Godshok. Lopez, what a start. And Platon Kovtunenko, the Ukrainian for Bosch Racing, now comfortably up inside the top 10 from grid 18. Miras, Papa Giorgio, Ruche, Predeshko, Mateo Garcia, the Mexican, what a kid, Superchok, Jan Algrea. Good start also for Johan Berger, who has avoided the trouble. The second generation racer, the Austrian, up into P16 from grid 22. Second WSK race, 6.06 for Johan Berger ahead of Piatres. Wiboyo, Maddox just falls back a position now. And then Hugo Hejnar ahead of Leo Kralev rounds out the 20. Beretta from pit lane into 22. Ruika, Julian van der Kotele, Nico Fardin, Koramo, Filippo Trulis from Greece. And Ernston, the final driver on the lead lap. Halilovic and Gatial Makdad still circulating, but a lap down. Blue flag being waved. In fact, that was Halilovic going a lap down there. Gatial Makdad is already 1 tour behind. Nervous moment for the leaders. Snickenberg continuing to lead. There's David Acton down the inside of Wingod Schultz. And now Colton Snickenberg into the hotel hairpin, being pushed by Pasquale. Skates under brakes. Two laps now remaining. 105 kilometers an hour across the line from Platon Kovtunenko. The 558 Energy Corsa kart. Now going around the outside, he's made up a ton of time. The Ukrainian absolutely flying here. He's got speed to burn in the IAMI-powered Energy Corsa for the Porsche racing team. Look at Platten, he's come from grid 18. Kovtunenko with a 54.618, fastest on circuit and in P4. And a chance of taking victory in the pre-final here this morning. Kovtunenko looks back over his left shoulder to win Gottschalk. Pasquale leads as we start the final lap of the first of our 11 pre-finals here this morning. As Papa Giorgio, the Cypriot by David Acton, Andreas for the Monster K factory team. Stickerbird Kovtunenko has a look at the back of Josh Bergman. Needs to finish well, Josh, if he's having any chance of going 4 in a row this afternoon, the American. Speaking of Americans, Snickenberg trying to take victory here away from Daniel Pasquale. You know the move will come down into the hotel hairpin where the track is 10 metres wide. Pasquale will white line it. He goes to his right, to your left in the middle of the circuit. Snickenberg, no problem for Colton around the outside. Watch the cutback from the American. Out of the final corner, that checkered flag waves. And Daniel Pasquale, the fastest qualifier, wins the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Kotomo crosses the line. Halilovic. Here's Filippo Trulis, the Greek driver. The final finisher. We take a look at the highlights once we finally did get underway here this morning. Daniel Pasquale from the two Americans, Colton Snickenberg and Josh Bergman, further back in the pack from near on the rear of the field. Platon Kovtunenko, there he is in the background going by Jan Elgrea. Driving brilliantly, carving through the field. Bergman going by Gottschalk there. Colton Snickenberg into the lead, going by Pasquale, the Americans. At that point, 1 and 3. Kovtunenko fighting with Midas would ultimately make his way through the field from grid 18 for Porsche Racing to finish in P4. Lap traffic coming into play in what was not the cleanest pre-final we've ever seen. Kovtunenko, they're up into P4 in the Energy Corsa kart. Snickenberg on the back of Pasquale, but the Italian takes victory in the first of our pre-finals here this morning. TP, fastest qualifier on Friday, and will line up on pole position this afternoon provisionally. The two Americans, Colton and Josh Platten. What a drive for the Ukrainian. Gottschalk, Pantali, Andres Papagiorgio, Acton, Midas, and a good race from Cooper Lopez, the Venezuelan, heading home the Romanian Adam Prodescu for the final position inside the top 10. Well, finally, we are underway here this morning. Mini under 10 pre-final is raced. We continue with the mini category in a moment. Pre-final A for Mini Group 3, live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment.
feel like I linger between the words to say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control.
Back here at FRANCIACORTA, mini Group 3 pre-final A, Alessandro Nani leads the field out onto the circuit alongside Niccolò Pericò for the first of the two pre-finals for the original 60 mini Group 3 category. This is the Grigiano who won the Super Cup here last year. Out of three alongside Leon Schelitzer, Harry Williams, Giuseppe Noviello, Tiberius Muller, the German, has found some great form this weekend alongside Cascao, Wojciech Koszeva and Mark Lumetz, the Estonian, out of 10. Elton head fours alongside Teo Pelfrenet, Colby Patterson, Filippo Frigerio, Diascoli, DDF, out of 16, Moyes, Verba, Sen Lindemann, and Miguel Manzano, the Mexican, out of 20. Shan Tutsuna, Kim Min-jae, Axel Gore out of 23 alongside Devon, who was in great form 2 weeks ago at Lonato. Back on 23, Felix Chang out of 25. And Butsas, Libo Vlašák, Atika Mir, Max Felder, Marino Iker, another Mexican, out of grid 30. Nathan Lotrionte, Bab Yars, Sebastian Kirs, Ted Rambari, Selim Kose Osman, and Luca Marginiano for the Real Racing Team, 6-3-4 out of grid 36. 71 drivers in the original 60 mini category. Alessandro Nani to the left of your screen, the red helmet for Team Baby Race, one of their two home circuits, along with Lonato, the team from Castelnaudolo, located almost exactly, or precisely halfway between here, FRANCIACORTA, and South Garda Karting, where we raced 2 weeks ago in much less pleasant conditions than we've got here today. Nani to the left of your screen, 504 on pole position. We race the CRGs of Leon Schelitzer. CRG single slots to the inside. Just behind him, the similar coloured Henzakat of Giuseppe Noviello. They made an initial good start, but you can see there's carnage in the background. Into turn 2, a multiple car crash, which has involved Noviello after that good getaway. Manzano, Marino Iker, and Philippe Babiards. Nani with the race lead. Harry with a good start. Williams in 5-1-0, up into second place. Great start from the Brit from the inside third row of the grid. Team Baby Race, first and second place. We are watching out for Jean Pujol, who took that spectacular victory right here on the very final corner last September in the WSK Super Cup. And the driver he beat that day was none other than Niccolò Pericò, who's right behind him. Tiberius Muller, though, also for the Tony Kart Racing Team, the German, who was off the pace somewhat in the first few rounds. Wow, has he found speed here this weekend at FRANCIACORTA. Tiberius Muller, 530, Jean Pujol, 533. The Tony Kart Racing duo, both powered by the Vortex. Jean slips down the inside. Nice move to take Teo Pelfrenet for the Kiddies Driver Performance Team. The Frenchman loses a position. In fact, the French drivers trade positions. Teo loses P3, back to Jean. Schelitzer, Leon in the 528 CRG. Makes the move on the Henzakat of Mark Lumetz. Koszeva, Pericò back to 8, now Muller back to 9. Good start from Elton. Headforts in P10. Frigerio, DDF. The Roman Davide Di Filippo ahead of Sen Lindemann, who's come storming from grid 19 to be in 13th behind Davide Di Filippo, whose teammates run 1-2. The Brit behind the Italian Alessandro Nani. Back to Jean Pujol, who's coming on strong. Lap 3 of pre-final A for mini group 3. Jean down the inside. Has to actually brake and brake hard to avoid the back of the Brit. Harry Williams, that's costly. Behind is Teo. So the French drivers 3 and 4. Jean Pujol at risk of losing that place. Schelitzer, Lumetz down the inside. And Pelfrenet, who made that initial good getaway, will lose 2 positions as they come across to start lap 4. Kosheva behind, Pericol, Di Filippo. What a start. Elton still there in P10. The Swede who started on pole position 2 weeks ago in the pouring rain at Lonato. The 5-4-1 Paralin ahead of Tiberius Muller, Lindemann, Max Felder. Speaking of Germans, what a start for the Ward Racing driver. Grid 29, he's knocking on the door of the top 10. Outstanding from Max for the Ward Racing team, just coming down the straight, the back straight now. Janot slips down the inside. Pujol into P2. The news just flashing up to the bottom left of your screen a moment ago. Atika Mir from Kashmir in India, a 5-second penalty. She's jumped the start, and that drops her back to grid 28. That may well be costly. She needs to put her head down and just get maximum positions here. Nicola Pericol just behind this battle, just goes fastest. Nani pulling away, Williams, and then Pujol leading Shalitzer, Mark Lumets for the Gamoto team. The Henzakat on the inside, now he's on the outside. He'll lose 2, possibly 3 positions. Oh, he holds on to it. Superb from Lumets. That was courageous. At risk of losing 3 positions, he did not lift. Right on the limit of the racing line. At risk of going into the marbles on the outside. That became the inside, slammed it down the back straight. And Mark Lumets, the Estonian, for MP Motorsport Team Gamoto into P4. Sits in behind Harry Williams. Shalitzer, the Georgian, just ahead. The gap between Nani and Pujol, just over half a second now. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart on the back of the Iami-powered Paralin opportunity. There is Harry Williams. Shalitzer, the Georgian, in the CRG, slips on by Pericol. We know the attack will come from Il Bergamaschino, who won 2 weeks ago at Lonato in the pouring rain, round 3 of the Supermaster Series. This is round 4. Now he drives up the inside for team driver, almost over the ripple strip. Lumets tried it a moment ago on the outside. That time it did not work. Loses the place. Pericol goes through. Williams and Teo Pelfrene. Back to Boische Kosheva, also for team driver. The gap comes down ever so slightly between Nani and Pujol. Pre-final A for 60 Mini Group 3, and Nani leads the way. Here's Leon 528 in the CRG Black Mirror chassis. Pelfrene going through 575 for the Kiddix Driver Academy. 3 laps to race in the second of our 11 pre-finals here this morning. Round 4, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Franciacorta. Four-tenths of a second between Nani and Pujol. Pericol, P4 with a 54 dead last time. Marginally faster than the race leader. He's had a tough weekend by his own high standards this weekend. Pericol, who did cross the line in P1 from Lazzaro and Ratashki at Lonato 2 weeks ago. Javi Lazzaro is the championship leader from Pericol and Moscardi. Off the road. Almost costly there for Mark Lumets. The Estonian looks left, but coming up the inside. Elton Head Force will pick up the place here. Frigerio and Sen Lindemann. Nani crosses the line in P1, not for long. Janot slams it down the inside. And the WSK Super Cup champion, who won that title at this very circuit last September, goes P1 for the Tony Kart Racing team. Nani, who is currently 4th in the series. Coming into this, the penultimate round of 2025. Back into second. Will attack Janot Pujol. Nice drive by Leon Chalitze, the CRG in P2. Nani now having to defend from Pettigol. Williams, Helfren and Max fell there. What about the German for Ward Racing? An outstanding drive. There's the Tony Cup on the racing line. He'll get a fantastic run in P7. Starting from grid 29, he's in the fight for the victory. This is the last lap of pre-final A, and it's Leon from Georgia who leads the way. Max down the inside. Outstanding for the German for Ward Racing. Grid 29, he's in P5. He's in P4. Max attacks. Fell there on the inside, but Kosheva gets him on the exit. Pettigol, P3. Chalitze, P2. Jean Pujol dans la tête de la course dans ses derniers tours. P1, last lap for the French driver. Pettigol on the inside, Pettigol on the outside. Back to Pelfrene, Nani head force of Marc Lumetz, Frigerio in P10 ahead of Luigi Diascoli. Final few corners, le drapeau à damier pour Jean Pujol. And the French driver wins pre-final A for Mini Group 3. Chalitze, Pettigol, Kosheva. What a drive from Max Felder. Grid 29 to finish P5 for Ward Racing. Rambri crosses the line in P29 from Marcinian Babiarats. And Libov Vlašák will be the final finisher as we take a look at the highlights of pre-final A here. Nani from pole position. Remember, fourth in the championship is Alessandro. He qualified on pole position on Friday. Looks set for a victory going into this afternoon's final. Jean Pujol hunted him down, and the Frenchman took the race lead. Leon Chalitze, as Nani tried the outside. Leon was briefly into P1. But Jean Pujol, who knows this circuit, knows how to win here oh so well, takes victory in pre-final A. Chalitze 2, Pettigol. Second in the championship, Lonato race winner. P3 from Kosheva. What a drive from Max. Grid 29 to 5. Pelfrene, Nani, head force, Lumetz, and Filippo Frigerio in P10. Pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3 in a moment. A bit of news coming through. David Moscardi will not take the start. He's out for the weekend. We'll let him explain why later in the week. But David Moscardi, pre-final B, 60 Mini Group 3 in just a moment. Was to have started out of grid 9. He's been on the podium here in the past. And we have been told by the team that David Moscardi will not take the start for pre-final B in just a moment. Stan Ratajski, the WSK Open Series champion. We just had a French victory in pre-final A. And a French driver to start on pole position alongside Xavi Lazaro, the championship leader out of grid 2. This is the grid for pre-final B. Stan Ratajski on pole position. Xavi Lazaro, the championship leader. The Sano race winner out of grid 2. Mason out of 3. Antonio Yanni out of 4. LDP, Victor Gurun, third row of the grid. Henry Mooring, Royce Vega. David Moscardi will not start out of grid 9. Case Muis for the former Formula Super 8 driver Marino Spinozzi. Out of grid 10, Latinen, Yard Gardzelic, Shell Hartman, Piervol, Enzo Stabo, Matt Seppen out of 16, Ria, who won here 2 years ago in the Supermaster Series, Lee, Brajo, and Basheshku for Real Racing out of grid 20. Ava Lawrence, the Australian, out of grid 21, Zucchetto, Tommaso Corsi, Macepa, Juana Gassese, the New York-born Kenyan, Kovac, Mikes, Eduardo Colucci, Ojala, and Andrea Buffo. Out of grid 30, Carlin Costia, Vladimir Gugo, Eduardo Galimberti, Ilya Kotorobai, and Georgi Petrosian. Out of grid 35. Just repeating the news, David Moscardi, who stood on the podium in WSK in the past, out. His weekend is over. Will not start out of grid 9 here this morning, which remains vacant. Stan Ratajski to the left of your screen. Team Baby Race on pole position. Javi Lazzaro is the championship leader for the DR Racing Car Team 570. To the right of your screen, out of grid 2, we race. Victor Garun shoots to the inside, up into P4 instantly. The Romanian from the Tony Kart Racing Team, Javi Lazzaro, falls in behind. In fact, he's lost another position as well. Disastrous start for Javi Lazzaro. He's now in behind the CRG of Leo Lattinen, who made a great start, a fin going through to P5, but the French driver, Sven Ratajski, the WSK Open Series champion, from his Baby Race teammate Mason in second. Lazzaro back into P6, fighting with the Tony Kart drivers. There's Henry Morting, 5.72. Victor, 5.31, the two Tony Kart teammates. Javi Lazzaro down the inside, picks off one of them, gets back one position, and will finish lap 1 in P5 after starting on the notorious outside front row of the grid. Ratajski leads. Super Lolo Bryce in second place. Not for long, Robertson takes Di Pietrantonio. Lorenzo now behind Mason. Stan leads. Henry Morting up into P4 for the Tony Kart Racing Team is the German. Then we go to Lazzaro, sideways on the exit. Di Pietrantonio goes around, and the Roman falls right down the field. That incident also involving Shell Hartman and Victor Gurun as well. They were the innocent victims. They do rejoin, but way down the field, they're effectively out of it. So that poor start from Lazzaro was actually of benefit. Now he drives up the inside of the Scotsman. We take a look at this. They come down the hill. There's the slightest contact. Di Pietrantonio on the brakes and smash. Shell Hartman with nowhere to go. And the 615 Tony Kart turned around, likely with damage as well. Concertina effect. Yes, that poor start from Lazzaro did him a favour. He was that far back after starting out of grid 2. It enabled him to avoid that crash, which has claimed Hartman, Victor Gurun, and Di Pietrantonio, although Lorenzo has recovered. He's still there inside the top 10 remarkably. Hartman and Victor Gurun, they've come across the line in 31 and 33 respectively. Ratajski leads just from the championship leader from the west coast of Portugal. In fact, the very west coast, the very western tip of Europe. Former Portuguese Cup champion, the Sano race winner. He finished P2 in the pouring rain at Lonato 2 weeks ago to Pedico. Runs P2 now to Stan Ratajski. Team Baby Race, first and third place. Back to Achille Ria. He's driven intelligently, 5.53. The red and white colours. Now for Achilleria. For the Birla team, remember back to the 2023 Supermaster Series. In mini under 10, Achilleria taking his first WSK victory 2 years ago, almost to the date. He's in P4 now from Henry Mori. Case Moyes, Di Pietro Antonio is still there in 7. Lattinen, Vega, Bragio in P10 ahead of Garzelich. Great start from Ava Lawrence, the Australian from Dubai, in the Emirates ahead of Juana Gassese. Matseben, P14, ahead of Lee, Costea, Mikes, Pervo, Kovac, and Vladimir Gugo rounds out the 20. Half race distance, Stan leads from Xavi. Mason back in 3. Antonio Yanni also caught up in that first lap incident. Still circulating down in 29th, but the fastest on the circuit. Lap 6 of 10. Case Moyes, 53.748. Just goes by. The Dutchman takes the German Henry Mording. Tries to close in on the back of the Birulat of Achilleria, who's come from 17th to be in 4th. We get a glimpse of the 5.53 Birulat, powered by the TM in a moment. Just coming down the hill now. That's Achilleria. That's the Energy Corsa of Case Moyes just behind for the Spino Project racing team. Working together with Energy Corsa, Marino Spinozzi, international Formula A, Formula Super A driver back in the glory days, the 1990s. Now running his own team, Spino Project Racing. Case Moyes, van the Netherlands, P5. Head of Mording, Di Pietro Antonio, Lattinen, Royce Vega, Brajo, and a good drive from Matseben. Stepan now knocking on the door of the top 10. He goes by the Kenyan Buana. Yes, Sese Garzelich as Ava Lawrence falls back to 14th after that initial good getaway. Stan Ratajski, you know the attack will come from Lazaro on the Frenchman. Mason looks back behind. 3 laps remaining across the line, 3.9 kilometres. 3 laps of this 1.3 kilometre circuit here at FRANCIACORTA. Built in 2020, part of the FRANCIACORTA Motorsport Complex, the car racing circuit. Porsche taking over control and redeveloping this magnificent, the car racing complex, which is actually used as the second pit paddock here this weekend. Such are the numbers, 405 drivers from 56 nations, as Mason puts in a 53.689. The Porsche driver facility here also hosting a round of the Porsche Carrera Cup Italian Championship in the past. And this weekend hosting round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. This is pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. 2 laps to race at the end of this one. Ratajski works the wheel, tries to keep it straight. Mason across the line. And 102 k's an hour, 104 for Lazaro as he gets the slipstream and almost just moves Stan Ratajski up the way into turn 5, penultimate lap of the race. If Ratajski wins, he starts the final on pole position. If Ratajski does hold off Lazaro, Xavi will be outside second row start for the final. As it stands, it's Ratajski and Nani on the front row of the grid. Pedico and Lazaro on the second row. That may well change. The attack will come down the back straight. Here we go. The defense from Stan. Xavi around the outside. Stan feeds him a wheel. Here comes Mason. Robertson races on by. Team Baby Race. First and second place. Intelligent from the Scotsman. That changes the grid order for the final this afternoon. With that, Lazaro falls back to grid 5, but that may well be an advantage. He runs into the back of Robertson. Mason says, go boy, go. Robertson pushing his baby race teammate, who takes a tight line. If Lazaro finishes P3, he starts grid 5 for the final. He may be better off just to stay there, but he doesn't want to. He tries the outside. He'll run out of road there. Robertson will defend. He goes to his right, to your left. Ratajski will win. Pre-final B for 60-minute Group 3. Out of the final corner, Robertson just needs to defend. The Scotsman second, the Frenchman wins. Pole position for the final later this afternoon for Stan Ratajski, who takes victory in pre-final B for 60-minute Group 3. Yanni crosses the line. There's Victor Grun down in 26th. From the American, Enzo Starball, Kotarabay, Shell Hertman, 29. The highlights of pre-final B, Stan Ratajski from pole position. Lazaro from grid 2 back to 6th place, but it ultimately did him a favour. He was just far enough back to avoid that crash, which eliminated the chances of Victor Grun and Shell Hertman. Di Pietrantonio did recover to finish in P6. Stan Ratajski leading home his teammate to secure pole position for the final this afternoon. Lazaro fighting with Robertson, finishing P3. It actually may have well done him a favour because he starts inside third row rather than outside second row. Stan Ratajski wins pre-final B and locks down pole position for the final of the Supermasters series here this afternoon in 60 Mini Group 3. Ratajski wins with that pole position for the final. Robertson P2 will start grid 6 for the final. Lazaro third. Case Moyes, great drive for fourth. Ria Di Pietrantonio recovers for 6. Mori Lattinen, Royce Vega, and Brajo in P10. The speed picks up now as we prepare for OK Junior Pre-Final A. Dean the Dutchman will start on pole position. A world-class field here this weekend, 80 drivers. In OK Junior, racing Pre-Final A, over 14 laps. Coming out onto the circuit, being led by the championship leader who has won the last 2 rounds of the championship, Hugentorn on pole position. Eili Christian out of grid 2. Devon in 3.11 out of 3, WG out of 4, Bosco, Iskander, Hendrix Svoboda, and Billy C. Michael McCoy, the LaConca race winner, and Zheng for RFM out of grid 10. Cocchianella, Jackie Justo, Matteo Rivals, BVS, DML, and Turner, Chico Brown, Bruno Blanco, Watch, Jesse Phillips, 3-2-1 out of 18, Quadrati down, and Marcel Gebo, the Hungarian for DPK Racing out of 20, Mazzola, Bertolacini from Argentina, Frasnelli, Santiago Diaz, Manach, Aminko, Amir Sabirov, Pietro Baguti, Manuel Miguez, and Max Van Rooyen out of grid 30. Stalmack, Oliver Warner, Eric Paulson, Mika Runitz, Jean-Mateo Russo, former WSK champion, and the Mexican, Emiliano Hernandez, out of grid 36. One of the Tony Karts has stopped at the top of the hill. It's Julian Frasnelli, who's out before the start. He's distraught too. He walks back to Marshall Point 5. He's out before the start. We don't race another formation lap pre-final 8. Julian Frasnelli out before the start. Also, that in the center of your screen is the Argentine, Martin Bertolocini, who has parked on the start-finish line. The Argentine also out, 36 starters. We're down to 34, minus Frasnelli from the Tony Kart Racing Team. Bertolocini, the Argentine, is out. We know it's very early in the morning over in Argentina. So many of you watching on live round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. And with the recent success of Franco Colapinto, our former WSK driver, in last year's FIA Formula One World Championship, cheering on for Martin Bertolocini, but his morning is over before it's even started. Hugentón, pole position, 302 to the left of your screen. We race. Devon in 311 shoots up to P2. Bosco Arias almost goes through to third, but it's Ailey Christian, the Canadian, who muscles his way through. He started on pole position at the first round of the championship at La Conca, a contender. He finished on the podium in P3 at Lonato. Did not get a good start, has not got a good start in any of the 3 rounds so far, but that was much better from the Alpine F1 Academy Junior, who shadows the Williams F1 Academy Junior team. Hugentón, who leads a crash in the background, has eliminated Justo, Mazzola, Gerbo, and Manuel Miguez. As you see the attack from Ailey Christian into the hotel hairpin over the ripple strip. Dean from P1 back into P3. Devon in heaven, 311, he leads. Hugentón back down the inside. Ailey Christian feeds a wheel to the American, who's in the grass. Devon goes rallycross. Bosco slams it up the inside. And the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver up into P3. Devon recovers. Right behind is the second Williams F1 Academy Junior, the second generation racer, Will Green. Zulfikari in P5 from McCoy, Zheng, Svoboda, Kalija, Waltz in P10. Kalija, that was an almighty launch over Jindrik Svoboda, over the ripple strip, but the Aussie's gone on through. Back up into P9, P8 in fact. Bosco, 327 in P3, just shadowing the back of the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. This is Iskander Zulfikari over what is now the first American, Michael McCoy. The second is Devon Waltz, who's back in 10. The third is Turner Chick Goldbrown, the Californian, also for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, who's up into P14. Outstanding start from Oliver Warner, who's come from 32 to be in 16. Head of Jesse Phillips, Quadrat Firan, Billy Van Stappen, Rousseau, Pietro Baguti, also with a good start behind Warner, but it's Dean who finally gets back into some sort of rhythm, some sort of momentum, and it's the Williams F1 Academy Junior who leads the Alpine F1 Academy Junior. Hugentón from Ailey Christian, Bosco Arias in P3. McCoy for Koski Motorsport, Michael in P4. Zulfikari, Green, and now Kalija back into 7. Bosco down the inside. Nice pass by Arias. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport team back in form this weekend. Defends. He splits the 2 F1 Academy Juniors. He is a second generation racer himself. His father, Ivan Arias, racing in the Formula Nissan and British Formula 3 championships 2 decades ago. A star is Bosco Arias for the RFM team, who have put 5 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Logan Sargent, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Zhou Guanyu, and having his second Formula 1 Grand Prix after making his debut in Abu Dhabi. Jack Doohan, of course. 5 Formula 1 drivers from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. But it's the Williams F1 Academy Junior team, Hugentón, who leads only just though. Bosco down the inside. Nicely done, and the Spaniard takes the lead. RFM back in P1. He's got speed here this weekend, as has the entire Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. GFR tuned TM engines on the Lando Norris chassis. It's the Vortex. Power Tony Kart Racer 401T chassis of Eiley Christian. In second, Dean, the Miami powered Kart Republic. Eiley Christian drives on by. It is still OTK 1 and 2 back to the KRs. In third and fourth, Sulficati, Kalija. Forza Racing, the duo, they're 5 and 6 in the background, closing up to Michael McCoy, who won the first round of the championship at La Conca. William Kalija, who's been lightning quick all weekend, just goes purple. He's ahead of Zhang, Will Green, Daniel Mirolorente, Cocchianella, Rivals, Turner Brown. Great drive from Pietro Barguti, who's come from Grid 27. The English-Italians now up in a P13 for the Birilat Motorsport team. Outstanding from Pietro. Half race distance, pre-final A for OKJ. There's McCoy, the Forza Racing duo in the background. Devon Walsh down in P18, but has just set a 47.893. After turning the 311, Kart Republic into a WRC machine earlier on the race. He went airborne, off-road, into the grass. He's recovering. He's down in 15th place. Oliver Warner, after that great start, has joined the long list of growing retirements. Warner is out. Jebo is out, as is Justo, Mazzola, Bertolini and Frasnelli. Before the start, we've also lost two Spanish-speaking drivers, Santiago Diaz and Manuel Miguez from Mexico and Spain, respectively. The gap between McCoy and Zulfikati, just under a second now, as the Forza Racing duo work together. There's Michael McCoy, the La Conca race winner. He is quick, though, for the Koski Motorsport team. Zulfikati, Kalija, and back to Will Green, who took his first WSK podium at Sano. P3 for the second Williams F1 Academy driver, the first of which is in P3. His name is Dean Hugendorn. He's driving the 302 Prema. He is the championship leader. He won in the pouring rain 2 weeks ago at Lonato. As it stands, though, P3 is still enough for Hugendorn to start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. Round 4, the WSK Supermaster Series, and of course, the championship final next week, back to the Leopard International V-Turbo circuit, north of the eternal city of Rome, for the final round of the 2025 Supermaster Series. Eiley Christian flashes across the line at 122 kilometers an hour. 124 for Bosco Arias. Kalita with a 47.885. And the Australian, who set fastest lap after fastest lap throughout his heats, has just gone faster than anybody. He's 0.2 of a second. Is William Kalija faster than the race leader for the Tony Kart Racing team, Eiley Christian. The Canadian, P1, the Spaniard second, Dean the Dutchman in P3. Kalija and Zulfikati, the two Forza Racing teammates, back to green. DML, that's Daniel Miro Lorente. Turner Brown, the Californian in P9. This is his teammate, Bosco Arias. 2 DNFs for Turner Brown. But when he has seen the checkered flag as Will Green, a 47.79. Turner Brown, multiple American champion, Rotax champion of the United States for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Up inside the top 10 now as he goes by Matteo Rivals. 3 laps to go, 3.9 kilometers to race in the first of the 2 OK Junior pre-finals here this morning. Eiley Christian for the Tony Kart Racing team. Watch down into turn 5, an opportunity. This is Dean. Bosco just shadows the newly homologated Racer 401T chassis. OTK 1 and 2 virtually same setup regardless of the manufacturer. 1400mm retrack, the magnesium hubs. Running, depending on who you speak to, between 4 and 8 degrees of negative camber on the front. OK Junior 1270 gearing and tyre pressure of just half a bar. That's about what, 7, maybe 8 PSI here. And the middle bearing on the axle, if it is in the cart, it is running loose. Still a dry circuit. That is the ideal approximate setup here. Even though the different manufacturers are running 1, 2 and 3, OTK first and second, the Kart Republic in P3 of Dean Hugendorn, who will still start on pole position for the final, even if he does not pass the Spaniard. That was Warner's kart in the background. Collegia, incidentally, has got by Zulfikari, the Australian in P5. The Turk just behind his teammate. They won't catch Michael McCoy, though, you would think. Last lap, the Canadian P1. Hugendorn surely knows he does not have to win this to lock down pole position for the final. Bosco Arias, P2, as it stands, will start inside second row. And Eiley Christian, if he takes victory in half a lap's time, will join Hugendorn on the front row of the grid for the final. Down the back straight for the final time. Good drive from Michael McCoy. He'll come home P4. But out of the final corner, the Canadian for the Tony Kart Racing Team. The Alpine F1 Academy Junior, Eiley Christian, takes victory and will start grid 2. Outside front row for the final. Dean Hugendorn crosses the line in P3. But Dean the Dutchman will start grid 1 for the final this afternoon. There's Rousseau crossing the line. Good recovery for the Panamanian ahead of Quadar Firan, Aminko, Baguti, Stelmack, Runets, Nasamir Sabirov. And the final finisher just crossing the line now, Eric Coulson, who's had a tough weekend. The highlights of pre-final 8, Dean from pole position, Eiley around the outside. As we lost Marshall Gebel, Matzola and Justo on the opening lap of the race. They were 4 wide. Bosco up the inside. Eiley Christian fighting with Devon Waltz. Watch this. The American fed a wheel by the Canadian. Devon Waltz did recover in 3:11 to finish in P12. Eiley Christian takes victory. Dean home in third. It's Hugendorn who will start on pole position for the final later this afternoon, regardless of what happens in pre-final B in a moment. That is provisional, of course. Christian wins pre-final 8 for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Bosco Arias will be a contender for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. He'll start out of grid 3 at the moment. Hugendorn pole position with that third place finish here this morning. Pre-final B for OK Junior. Noah Baglin, also for the Premier Racing Team, who finished P2 overall in the standings after the heats yesterday. Will start on pole position. Let's take a moment, though, to check out some of the highlights of round 4 of the Supermaster Series this week here at Franciacorta in OKJ. changes from the team at Monza in form here for WSK promotion for this round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. It is the 20th anniversary season of WSK World Motorsport, the first ever WSK International Series taking place in February 2006 at La Concomuro Lucchese. This is the 20th anniversary season. It is the 16th year of the WSK Supermaster Series, which dates back to 2010. The first ever junior champion, it was KF3 at the time, was won by none other than last year's Le Mans 24-hour winner, the Dane Nicholas Nielsen, who took multiple WSK titles in his career right up until 2019. A good decade racing in WSK. Nicholas Nielsen competing just last week in Qatar. It was 2 weeks ago. The first round of the World Endurance Championship for Ferrari, where Ferrari finished 1, 2 and 3, also with our former drivers throughout the World Endurance Championship field, sharing that victory with Tony Fire, Antonio Fuoco. Nicholas Nielsen, the first ever WSK Supermaster Series victory in 2010. Antonio winning it a year later. That's Antonio Fuoco in KF3. Callum Ilott, who made his debut in the IndyCar World Series for the Prema Racing Team last week in St. Pete, Florida in 2012-2013. Alessio Lorandi. Enam Ahmed, 2014. Clement Novalak, a year later for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Then it was the mighty Moroccan Super Semi Taufik for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Team in 2016. Mr. Red, Andrea Rosso. Gabriele Mini, Il Siciliano for the Paralin Team in 2018. Will be racing in Melbourne in 7 days' time for the first round of the FIA Formula 2 World Championship. Andrea Kimi Antonelli will be lining up for his first ever Formula 1 Grand Prix for the Mercedes team in 7 days' time. 2019 junior champion Arvid Lindblad also lines up next week for Campos Racing in the Formula 2 Championship. He won the 2020 Supermasters Series. Rashid Al-Baheri, newly announced as a Mercedes AMG Junior in 2021. Alexander Ponterever, who'll join us for the Italian F4 Championship, which starts at Misano on Italy's Adriatic coast on the first weekend of May, winning in 2022. Stepan Antonov, 2023. And last year's junior champion, the Austrian Nicholas Schaeffler, who took victory in last year's Supermaster Series. The Hall of Fame, that was for the junior category. We'll go back through the history books throughout the course of the day as we prepare for pre-final B for OK Junior. Just a few moments away from the start. Noah Baglin will start from pole position. Henry out of grid 2. We'll take a very short break. We'll be back at FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. Noah Baglin leads the field out onto the circuit pre-final B for OKJ. The Brits On the front row of the grid, Henry out of 2. Antonio out of 3. He's won here at the past. Luke Tull out of 4. Victory lane. Konstantin Paps, Alessandro Truscio, Kasper Reipold, Mark Pilipenko, Ilya Bereshkin, a former FRANCIACORTA WSK race winner, and Valerio Villapiana out of 10. Drew Waltz, Asher Rockstein, the Americans. On the 6th row of the grid, Tobias Cheseni, El Peruviano, Mariano Lopez out of 14. Planeta, Kutskov, Elbokadze, Samchik, Gregor Kalas, who was fastest qualifier in his group on Friday, Rumlenova, Jala Seya, Malik, Nikita Lupomov, Alex Malota, Samuel Hugon, Oliver Sini. Watch Lillian Scarborough, she's dynamite off the start. Out of 27, Dudkowski, Juan Garciache, Zella, Angelina Simons-Torres, the Dutch Spaniard from Gran Canaria, Andrea Mani back on 32 after 2 DNFs. Rambari, Lazarus, Kumpen just scraping into the final after 3 out of 4 DNFs. Watch him to come charging through the field. He starts alongside the Finn, Emil Petteri. We race. Pizzonia up into second place. Henry on the outside. Henry holds it. Nicely done by Henry Domain. On the outside, on the rubber line, and now he fires it down the inside. Domain dives on through. Henry goes position 1. Baglin back to 3 to 4. He's been passed also by the Dutchman, Luke Tull. Sensational start from Henry Domain. Pizzonia, who won here in the Euro Series 2023 for Fusion Motorsport, goes P2. Clean start for pre-final B. They are fighting for positions here for the final this afternoon. 80 drivers in OK Junior. 8 have already missed the pre-final this morning. We're going down to the final 36 for some. It's a fight just to line up on the grid for the final. As it stands, Henry Domain would start grid 3 for the final. This is obviously only the 2nd and 14 laps though. Pizzonia for Fusion Motorsport. Luke launches down the inside. Tull goes on through. Pizzonia back to 3. And it's Baglin. His leading group, also with Paps, Reipold, Drew Waltz, and Tobias Cheseni. Bereshkin. That's the Russian in the Kali kart. It was a messy move by Truscio with Lopez. Villapiana. Great start by Jala Seya. Has Baglin back down the inside. Noah for the Prema Racing Team 301. Back into P3. Reipold in 354. Pizzonia 319. The 2 Fusion Motorsport drivers, identical colours. The 2 Fusion drivers. Antonio the first of which, but that sentence may be made redundant imminently because the teammates are fighting amongst themselves. Here's Drew Waltz, Tobias Cheseni from the Czech Republic. Villapiana, Oxene. Asher up into P10, the driver from Florida in the United States of America. The first American, Drew Waltz. Henry Domain leads. A fantastic start, holding it on the outside of Pizzonia and then going down the inside to make the race lead. This is Paps for the TB Motorsport team. Konstantin, Thomas Braumiller Motorsport, 395. The Miami-powered Kart Republic, a contender here this weekend. Has been rarely outside the top 5 all weekend, Konstantin. Domain now being caught by Luke Tull. Henry for the Forza Racing Team. 330. Matt Chaktoon TM engines on that Esprit chassis. Luke Tull, Miami-powered Kart Republic. Ilya Bereshkin in the Kali kart. In 11th, has just put in a 48.404. And the Russian, who also won here in 2023 in the WSK Open Series, just goes fastest. He's ahead of Mariano Lopez, Truscio, Pilipenko. Samchik drops back to 15. ahead of Daniel Kutskov. Cini, we told you to watch out for Lillian Scarborough off the start. She's not on screen at the moment, but she's come from grid 27 to be in 28th position. Marnie follows her through. Lillian Scarborough 3-2-4 from Atlanta, Georgia for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Head of Marnie, Lubomov and the Kleine Kumpen from the back of the grid, now up into P21. Those three drivers flying through the field as Luke launches down the inside. Van de Netherlands in de eerste positie. P1, the Dutch driver, Noah, the Brit, follows him through. There's Constantine in P4, behind Henry Domain. Henry looks back over his shoulder to the German as Noah dives down the inside. Domain just behind. Approaching half race distance, pre-final B for OK Junior. Baglin, if he holds on, and we do still have the second half of this race to complete, and now he's in trouble because he's already back to P3. Constantine attacking Baglin, but if Baglin does win, this is the situation. He would join Dean Hugendorn on the front row of the grid for the final. As it stands, it's Hugendorn and Eili Christian. Dean has locked down P1. The championship leader. It may well be an all-Prema front row of the grid if Baglin goes from P3 to 2 to 1. He's pointing back to Constantine, who runs into the back of the Brit. The German just staring at the Englishman. They both lose time. Here comes Drew. Waltz tries to dance on by as Domain dives down the inside. Henry back into P1. Goes by Lutal. Defends Luke around the outside. An outrageous pass from Lutal. Domain tried to defend on lap 8 of 14. It did not work. And Luke just fired it around the outside. A brilliant move from Lutal for the victory lane team of Nico Martins. P1 for the Dutchman. There's Waltz, who darts out to the inside of the circuit to defend from Raipol, Cheseni, Pizzonia, Viapiana, Bereshkin and Asher Rockstein ahead of El Peruviano, Mariano Lopez. Money in P17 with a 48 dead, has gone purple again. He's carving through the field. He's now behind Kutskov, Ramchik, Filipenko and Truchot. Nikita Lubomov, former Rotax Grand Finals champion of the world. Bottom left of your screen, there it is, 48.047. Lubomov just behind Andrea Mani, head of Kumpen and Lillian Scarborough. Martina Rumlenova, head of Jalal Seya. Samuel Hugon. There's Cheseni trying to attack Raipol. The check on the pole. But it's the Dutchman who leads. Into turn 2. Henry looks good there, but just waited. Conservative approach. You can see we've lost the two Swedes. Rambari, Callas, Cini is out. Planeta, Albuquerque and Alex Malotta did not start. Four laps to go at the end of this one. We'll see if Luke defends. He does not. Domain dives down the inside. King Henry, P1. Let's see if he can hold on this time for the Forza Racing team. Head down behind the steering wheel. Staring back at Baglin. The two Brits, 1 and 2, at 124 kilometres an hour. For Baglin, who gets the slipstream. The yellow flag in turn 2. Now they're back racing green. Constantine Paps falls down the field. He's about to be attacked. by Antonio Pizzonia as Baglin and Domain, the two English drivers, fight amongst themselves. And Luke Tull goes around the outside of the both of them. Pizzonia back in P8, dragging himself into this battle as well. Then it's Bereshkin, Oxteen in P10, but in touch with the leading group. Villapiana, Lopez, and Truchot. Luke Tull leads for Team Victory Lane. Reipold and Cheseni come together. The check and the pole, they are out in turn 2. Luke Tull, Baglin still in second place. It was costly for Henry Domain, who comes across the line in P4 as we start the penultimate lap of pre-final B. Dean watching on from pit lane. Wilkes, the American, but it's Luke, the Dutchman, who leads. Luke looks back behind. Noah down the inside, keeps it straight, turns in. Drew goes on through. Waltz dances his way to second place. Domain sideways, crashes with Luke Tull, who's out. On the racing line in the middle of the circuit. Luke Tull is out. A disaster for the Dutchman. Noah Baglin P1, half a lap away from joining his Prema Racing teammate on the front row of the grid for the final. Luke Tull out, the carts abandoned on the start-finish line, thankfully avoided by the rest of the pack who raced by at 120 kilometres an hour plus. Tull is out. Waltz in second place, then it's Henry Domain. Bereshkin, Ilya in P4 from Asher Rockstein. Into the final corner. Baglin comes out of the hotel hairpin. The Prema Racing team will start the final 1-2 on the grid this afternoon. Baglin wins, Waltz second, Domain third. There is Luke Tull's kart. Abandoned to the right of your screen on the start-finish line. Rumlenova crosses the line from Scarborough. Jala Saya, P19. Angelina Simons-Torres. There's Juan Garciache, Lazarus, Malik, Petri. Dudkowski, the final finisher. From pole position, Noah Baglin led pre-final B as we take a look at the highlights of OKJ from Antonio Pizzonia, who would ultimately finish in P7 from Mariano Lopez. The two Fusion Motorsport drivers would become one with the retirement of Kasper Reipold. Luke Tull down the inside of Henry Domain, who was incredibly fortunate to finish the race in P3 after all the carnage. He went the outside, tucked back in on the inside. A fabulous move from Domain, who did lead, and at one stage seemed as though he would fight for victory with Luke Tull. That was the move of the race from Luke Tull, that it would come to naught in a few moments' time. The Brits back down the inside of the Dutchman. Konstantin Paps fighting there in the background, ultimately finishing just outside the top 10, but ultimately did at least finish the race. And then this. We lost Cheseni and Kasper Reipold in turn 2. Domain and Luke Tull. Domain slightly sideways, coming onto the straight on the slippery ripple strip. Luke Tull the slightest contact, and the Dutchman out and gets nothing from the pre-final this morning. Noah Baglin wins pre-final B. As it stands, it is Dean Hugentorn on P1 and Baglin on grid 2 for the final this afternoon. Drew goes on through, Waltz in P2 from Domain. Bereshkin, what a drive from Ilya. Oxteen, Villapiana, Pizzonia, Lopez with lots of positive energy. El Peruviano, Filipenko, and Alessandro Truchot in P10. Konstantin Paps does get the checkered flag in position 11. Samchi, great drive from Andrea Mani, Lubomov. And what about the Kleine Kumpen, who just scraped into the pre-final from the back of the grid, goes P15. Kutskov, Rumlenova, Scarborough, head of Jala Saya, Simons Torres, Juan Garciache, Lazarus, Malik. Petteri and somebody Dudkowski for Koski Motorsport, the final finisher. Luke Tal, look at that, P26 and a DNF. We'll take a very short break here. Okay, pre-final A live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. Okay, pre-final A in just a moment. Christian Kostoja to lead the field out onto the circuit. The two pre-finals, 76 drivers arriving here at FRANCIACORTA for round 4 of the Supermaster Series. We're down to the 72. Christian Kostoja will start on pole position for pre-final A. Jindrik Peschel for pre-final B in just a moment. Before we do race the first of the OK pre-finals, these are some of the highlights of what's taken place thus far this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Back here at FRANCIACORTA, just a moment or two away from the start of pre-final A for OK Christian Kostoja to lead the field out onto the circuit. As we say, 76 drivers. Down to the final 72, the fastest qualifier was Roman Kamyab, who will start Grid 2 for pre-final B in a moment. For the moment, it is Kostoja, who's been in scintillating form. The Spaniard for the Paralin Motorsport team. Pole position alongside Bottas, Wish any for KRZ Motorsport. Don't forget, next week we are back at Leopard International Viterbo Circuit for the first time since 2011, the final round of the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series. We'll see you north of the eternal city of Rome in 7 days from now. The championship final, the Supermaster Series. Last year in OK, of course, it was Ian Eichmans, the Belgian, who took victory for the Birillard team. 2023, the American James Agozzi. JT from MK in the UK winning the 2022 Supermaster Series. And Joseph Turney, as spectacular as ever, will line up on grid 6 for pre-final B in just a moment. 15 laps pre-final A for OK. Just making some repairs to the circuit after that little chaotic pre-final B for OK Junior a few moments ago. The FRANCIACORTA circuit here in the north of Italy, about an hour's drive from Milan in the north. It's just a few days away from the official start of springtime here in the Northern Hemisphere. A cloudy day, but thankfully it is only 11 degrees, but we are expecting it to stay dry, unlike Lonato 2 weeks ago. For the finals this afternoon, of course, you're watching us live around the world on WSK.it and also Motorsport TV as well. As the carts come out onto the circuit, Christian Costoya on pole position. Bottas, wish any from KRZ Motorsport out of 2. Mikalev, Bottaro, Jacopo Martinez. You know what happened to him 2 weeks ago at Lonato. Kaczynski, Aksoy, Louis Cochet, and Chiara Batig out of 9. Shimak. That's Oliver out of 10. Lewis, Werrell, Jensen Burnett. Both for the Forza Racing team on the 6th row of the grid. Lewis Francis, Thomas Pradier splits the two Australians having their first race 2025. James Anagnostiadis, Mercedes AMG Junior. Makar Savalev, Jason Bralic, Sebastiano Pavan. Kenzo Craigie, reigning junior world champion, Mercedes AMG Junior, alongside Lev Krutogolov. Marco Gas, FM Daronov, Luke Conda, Bo, the Belgian Louette, Otto Sackler, Harrison Mackie, Julian Brubacher. For the Spirit karting team, Kamenek, Zashov, Jorn Helder, who's been impressively quick, yet unlucky this week. Francois Kudal, Romeo Russo, Sara Matsui, Gleb Solovov, Daniel Pokorny, and Olivia Ernston out of grid 36. TN Power on the front row of the grid. Costoya in the Paralin. Bottas, Wisheni in the Kart Republic. 269 for the KRZ Motorsport team, the Polish driver for the Polish team out of grid 2. Fastest in his group of qualifying on Friday. Costoya, the Spaniard, on pole position. There's Martinez at 203. on the inside third row of the grid. Pre-final A, 4 OK here at FRANCIACORTA. We race. Great start from Mikalev, the Maltese driver, with Martinez breathing down his neck. Wisheni on the outside as we lose at least one victory lane driver into the grass. We'll get back to the leaders and bring you up to date who is out. It's Louis Cochet. Shinmark taking out Jensen Burnett, Bralic and FM Dadonov. Louis Cochet out in turn 2. As Kostoya leads down the back straight, a messy start. And Mikalev from Malta goes down the inside to lead the first of 15 laps in pre-final A. Kostoya, Alpak Soy has rocketed up into third place for the Prema Racing team ahead of Wisheni. Kiara Bartig, she has been outstanding this weekend in P5 for the Victory Lane team. Her teammate, Louis up into fourth place. Wisheni, Martinez, Botaro follow her through. Craigie goes by and takes Kershinsky. Lewis, Werrell up into P10. This is Alpak Soy on your screen. WSK Supermasters Series race winner at Lonato 2 years ago in juniors. This is in senior. And now he runs in P3 for the Prema Racing team. Missed the Sano round of the championship through injury back at Lonato in the rain, but now he runs P3 here in the dry for the Prema Racing team. Closes in on Kostoya in the centre of your screen. Card Republic 1, 3 and 4, split by the Paralympian of the Spaniard Christian Kostoya. Martinez, he goes by and takes Bottas. Wisheni. There's Jacobo, Davide Battaro, just behind the pole as well. Wisheni, KRZ Motorsport, 131 kilometres an hour across the line that time. Mikala, P1, 128. Kenzo Craigie with the 46, 684 goes fastest. The reigning junior world champion. Mercedes AMG Junior, the French, Jamaican, English driver, up into P7 from grid 19. First race of 2025 for Kenzo Craigie for the Prema Racing team. 299, he's in P7. There's Kiara Bartig. She's been caught though by Jacobo Martinez. Jacobo P5, Kiara in P4. Jacob from Malta leads. There is Kiara Bartig. She looks back to Martinez. Then it's Kenzo, Davide, Elliot Kaczynski. And now Wisheni falls back to 9, head of Lewis Werrell and Lev Krutogolov. Remember his outstanding final to finish P2 in the rain 2 weeks ago. The 4-time Ukrainian champion for the Energy Corsa team, now up into P11. Anagnostiades, James, recovers somewhat after avoiding that first lap crash into P18. The field going on through, that was Wisheni. Head of Werrell, Krutogolov, Savalava, Pavan, Louet, Francois Codel, Jorn Holder, who started racing in the Benelux region just 3.5 years ago in the mini Rotax categories. Martinez goes by and takes Bartig. Outstanding speed this weekend from Jorn Helder. Head of Gast, Anagnosiadis. This is Christian Kostoya in the centre of your screen in P2. Kenzo goes fastest again with the 46.557. Alpak Soy comfortable in third, just losing a little bit of touch with the leaders, 1.2 seconds behind Kostoya. But it's almost 3 seconds back to Martinez, who's up in a P4. Kenzo Craigie now goes by into P5. KC is flying. Takes Botaro, Bartig, Kaczynski, Werrell, and Bottas Wisheni. So with the exception of that first lap incident, it has been a clean race. Far from a clean first corner though. Dedonov, Burnett, Shinmark and Louis Cochet out. Bralic and Pradier, they were also involved. But Jason and Thomas did restart. They're down in 29th and 30th position, still circulating. The field come down the hill. Kenzo Craigie with another purple sector. KC in 2.99 for the Premier Racing team. 46.557 fastest on circuit. There's Sebastiano Pavard, the bottom of your screen, up into P12. That controversial finish at Lonato 2 weeks ago when the two Italians, Sebastiano and Jacopo, came together coming onto the straight in the pouring rain. Zach Drummond ultimately going on to take the victory after Dries van Langendonk did cross the line in P1, but the front spoiler was down on the McLaren's kart, the McLaren driver's kart. Dries to start from grid 4 in pre-final B at the conclusion of this one. Christian closes up on the back of Jakub Binkalev, the Maltese driver. There is a track in Malta which Jakub has grown up on, racing in the Maltese Regional Championships, which actually takes place on some southern Italian circuits, particularly in Sicilia or Sicily at times. He goes P1 though in pre-final A, the Supermaster Series. Mikalev, a contender surely this afternoon for round 4 of the Supermaster Series. Kostoy is right there though. The gap, 0 point, you can see it's only half a kart length. Parolin versus Kart Republic. Aksoy still there in P3. Kaczynski now with a 46.505. The Swede goes on by. He's in P7. Werrell, Batik, Pavana, Kardal, Krutogolov loses the place to the French-Italian Francois, who's come from 31 to be in 11. Savalev, Wisheni, the two Australians, Anagnostiadis and Lewis Francis. Kamenek, Luke Konda, Gus, Julian Brubacher for the Spirit karting team. Bo Louet, Saramatsui, Roussel, Zashov, Zolovov, Daniel Pokorny, Olivia Ernston, and then Bralic and Thomas Pradier. The final two runners will be at nearly half a lap behind. There's Krutogolov. Head of Francois Kerdal, Savalev, Wisheni, and Agnostiadis, after falling back from 15th to the back of the grid, the back of the pack, avoiding that crash, has now fought his way back to 15th, which is exactly where he started. His sister Ava to race in the F1 Academy Series after she raced with us in Campillos in the south of Spain, the pouring rain, in the 2024 Rotax Winter Cup. Ava, we wish her all the best, along with Joanne Chiconte representing the land down under in the F1 Academy Series. James, Premier Racing driver for 2025. But it's Mikalev who goes P1. Penultimate lap of pre-final A for OK here this morning at Franciacorta. Last lap for Mikalev. So far in his career, he's finished on the podium, second in the Rock Cup International Final. That's the highlight of his career so far. If he stands P1 this afternoon, even on the podium, that would eclipse that. Outstanding effort in the Rock Cup International Final. He's P1 in the WSK Supermaster Series pre-final A. He's looking at a front row start for the final this afternoon at Franciacorta. Goes defensive. Kostoya does not need to win to secure pole position for the final. He looks behind him. Jakub does not likewise. Nervously defends. He'll be slow out of the hairpin. Kostoya around the outside. They go wheel to wheel across the line. The checker flag waves. Kostoya wins. Kostoya takes victory. 0.03 of a second. Conservative, defensive into the final corner from Mikhaïlev. And it has cost the Maltese driver victory in pre-final A. In reality, it has not cost him too much though. No need to panic. He's still going to start right at the front of the grid for the final this afternoon. Into the final corner, he was defensive. Kostoya, GFR Tune, TM Power on the outside. They went wheel to wheel, and the Paralin driver from Spain takes victory. Mikhaïlev still outstanding to finish in P2 as it stands with pre-final B to race in a moment. Mikhaïlev would still start on the front row of the grid for the final. That is provisional though. Kostoya with the victory and a provisional pole position for the final this afternoon. Mikhaïlev, Aksoy, excellent third. Great drive from KC. Craigie, head of Martinez, Botaro, Kaczynski, Werrell, Pavan, and Wash Kiara-Bartig. In the final this afternoon for the Victory Lane team, she comes home in P10. We'll take a very short break here at FRANCIACORTA pre-final B for OKJP to start on pole position. Jindrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team. We'll be back in just a moment. Pre-final B for OK, and JP leads the field out onto the circuit for the Tony Kart racing team. Peschel on pole, RK out of 2, Roman Kamyab, fastest qualifier on Friday. Filippo Sala, the Sana race winner, and DVL out of 4. Gino Rocchio, watch JT out of 6, the 2022 champion. Ivanikov, Voida, Dean Pedersen, and Leo Nielsen out of grid 10. Zach Drummond out of 11, Rocco Coronel out of 12. Noah Wolf, who's been super quick this weekend. Scott Marsh, Fausto from Argentina, Rasmussen, Zach Green, Sebastian Mins, Polandriotis, and Oscar Galan. The pole out of grid 20. Gabriel Still alongside Lito Lunita, and Stilianos Kolovos, Zhao, Kuklane, Mike Pariana for the Kotala Sports team in the CS55 kart. Genda, Brovko, Ella Hakkinen, and Matis Omet from Senegal in the west of Africa. Carl Luthart, Genole, Sun, Lamberto Ferrari, Sky Parker, and Noah Massa for Renda Motorsport. Roman Kamyab took pole position on Friday for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, winning his first 2 heats. There's Vojcic Voda going through. Ricky Flynn Motorsport back in form this weekend. Voda out of grid 8, a position behind JT from NK in the UK, Joseph Turney from Milton Keynes in the United Kingdom. He's starting on the outside 3rd row of the grid. Let's just say this, watch the 251 off the start. JP, Indrik Peschel, 2022 Mini WSK Supermaster Series champion in the middle of your screen, 208 for the Tony Kart racing team. Sala, the Sano race winner for Forza Racing, inside 2nd row. There is Turney, 251. Alongside Gino Rocchio. Pre-final B for OK. We race. Kamyab's off into the grass. A disaster for the Brit. He's been consistently the fastest all week, and Roman Kamyab off into the grass in the first corner. He has rejoined. He's down in 34th and almost last position. A disaster for RK as JP leads the way from Filippo Sala. Rocchio up into P3. Ivanikov has Denise van Langendonk, and right behind him is Joseph Turney. Take a look at this on the outside. Roman Kamyab being pushed, in fact, from van Langendonk. Was he pushed off into the grass? That's the question. Airborne. Superb skill to bring it back onto the circuit. We'll see where he crosses the line as Ivanikov up the inside of Rocchio. DVL follows him on through. Turney on the outside. Watch JT cut back to the inside. Turney down the inside. Van Langendonk on Ivanikov. JT takes Rocchio. Van Langendonk goes by Ivanikov. In the Birolat, remember the team from Lissone won the Supermaster Series in 2024 with the Belgian Ian Eichmans. Peschel in the Tony Kart. Sala in 2nd, OTK 1-2. There's the McLaren Junior. Denise van Langendonk in 3rd place. Back to Ivanikov, Turney, Rocchio, Zach. What a start from the Scotsman. Drummond up to 7 from Pedersen. And then the Red Bull Junior, Rocco Coronel, Noah Lupo, that's Noah Wolf, in P10. Voda, Nielsen, and then the 4 Brits, Marsh, Still, Zach Green, Sebastian Mins, Roman Kamyab, 227, position 27. He's still in the race. And he's got the best part of it to make up as many positions as possible. Would have been starting on the front row of the grid. That's extremely unlikely now. That's Roman just flashing by ahead of Luna, who's had a tough first race of 2025. Little Lunita from Mallorca in the middle of the Mediterranean, one of the multiple Mercedes-AMG juniors. Now just been passed by Roman Kanyab, who's trying to recover and get something out of P-Final B for OK here this morning. Peschel, the Czech, in P1 from Sala. OTK 1 and 2. TM trailing Vortex at the moment. Zach has found some speed after only just running inside the top 10 so far this weekend. He won the first round of the championship at La Conca Murolacese. Crossed the line in P2, but was ultimately awarded victory after Dries van Langendonk did not pass post-race scrutineering. Dries in P3 is still the championship leader. There's Zach behind JT, who's up into P4. The Englishman from the Scotsman. The two Italians, Rocchio, well, 1.5 Italians, then Ivanikov, Coronel, Pedersen, Wolf, Voda. Roman Kanyab is lighting up the timing screen. 46.9 versus 47.2. Look, he's 3/4 of a second faster than the leaders on your screen. But RK is back in P25. He's behind Sky Parker. She's made a great start. She's made up 11 places. Had a strong, consistent run this weekend, Sky Parker. Trailing Gender, Rasmussen, Fausto from Argentina. Peschel looks behind the Racer 401T chassis, powered by the Vortex. Second, Sala. Matchak Tune TM on the Express chassis. This is the Miami powered Kart Republic for the Prema Racing team of the Belgian, Dries van Langendonk. Van Langendonk certainly catching up to Sala, his former teammate. In the background, Drummond on the back of Turney, the two British drivers. The Englishman from the Scotsman for the moment. But Drummond has found speed here this morning. He needed it after lacking just a couple of tenths throughout the heats here this weekend. Kanyab down in P22. Still lucky to be in the race. The sole retirement so far, Noah Wolf. In fact, Stilianos Kolovos has gone out as well as Sala sends it from second place down the inside. The Italian on the check. TVL follows him on through. Nice racing, clean pass. Sala defends. TM, Miami, Vortex. 1, 2 and 3. They flash across the line at 129 k's an hour. DVL down the inside. JP back to 2. Sala from the race lead. And the Italian back in third. Dries van Langendonk, the McLaren F1 Junior for the Prema Racing team, leads here at FRANCIACORTA. He is the championship leader. 240 points coming into this, the penultimate round of the Supermaster Series. To Costoya and Zach Drummond. Great recovery from Zach. They're still back behind Joe Turney. JT, the 2024 champion, in fourth place. The two Brits, though, are catching the leading trio. And they've got time to make it a 5-kart fight. 46.7 that time from DVL. He pulls away even without the advantage of the slipstream, which is significant at this super fast circuit. Gabriel Stilt last time, 130 kilometres an hour. Almost the same weekend for Gabriel Stilt for the Tony Kart Racing team as he had at Lonato 2 weeks ago. Quiet run throughout the heats, but then come Sunday morning, he's been really quick. Former international champion, race winner in the British Formula 4 Series, also racing in the UAE F4 Series. He's behind Scott Marsh and Sebastian Mins. Scott Marsh, former Rotax junior champion of the world, as Rocco Coronel has taken Ivanikov, Rocchio, Nielsen, Mins. There's Marsh, Stilp, Voda, Pedersen, Andriottas. Kanyab now up into 16th. Now he's finding momentum. Now he's passing carts. Fastest on the circuit, though, Sebastian Mins with a 46.731. The British Belgian. Sebastian Mins in the Miami-powered CRG. He's ahead of Marsh, Stilt, Voda, Andriotas, Pedersen. And then RK from RK. Roman Kamyab from Roland Kuklane. Peschel closes in on the back of the Belgian now. Lap 11 of 15. Costoya watching on from pit lane. Assured a spot on the front row of the grid for the final. Most likely pole position, regardless of what happens in the remaining 4 laps of this pre-final B of OK here at FRANCIACORTA. Round 4 of 5, the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series. On the ripple strip, Jindrik Peschel slightly sideways, correcting it. Sala trying to go to second, as now they feed on, depending on who you speak to, 41, even 42 horsepower in these OK direct drive 125cc karts. 16,000 RPM, no exaggeration. Dyno sheets 41.8 horsepower, and that's from, well, let's just say, a renowned legitimate engine tuner. That is the sort of horsepower these karts are putting out. There is Sala, the Esprit for Forza Racing. The same as the juniors, almost the same rough setup, 1400 rear track, rear bearing or third bearing out, or loose at least. 5, 6, even 7 or 8 degrees negative camber at the front, and tyre pressures just half a bar. That's around 7, maybe 8 psi. Gearing for the OK karts, 1275, which equates to a top speed. Well, Zach Drummond's just clocked 131 kilometres an hour that time across the line. Zach in P5, still behind Turney. Roman Kamyab up into P12, an outstanding recovery for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. And the consolation is he's still looking at least a third row start for the final, if he can bring it home from here. 2.5 laps remaining. Dries van Langedonk, the former junior world champion, the McLaren Junior for the Prema Racing Team, P1. Wojciech Voda and Mike Padiala, the 2 retirements. I did speak incorrectly of Noah Wolf. He hasn't retired. He is still circulating. Almost a lap down though, but trying to just bring it to the checkered flag. Remember, from the 80 drivers, 8 have already missed the start of the pre-final this morning, and we're down to the final 36 for the final this afternoon. Again, sideways on the ripple strip from Jindrik Peschel. Puts the power down in the Vortex-powered Tony car. This is Zach Drummond, the Glaswegian, who took that brilliant victory at La Conca, as Peschel defends from Sala. Turney's now on the back of Philip Hall, who looks behind. Here comes JT. Last lap of the race, the last ronde for Dries van Langedonk. Peschel, Sala, Turney, you would think not quite close enough to make a move on the Italian, as Roman Kamyab in P12 puts a 46.4 on the board. Lights up the timing screen. He's now behind Scott Marsh and Leo Nielsen, who rounds out the 10. DVL on his way to victory. Zach Drummond trying to take his 3rd victory from 4 starts in the Supermaster Series into the hotel hairpin. Peschel defends, Van Langedonk wins. DVL takes victory in pre-final B for OK here this morning. Peschel, Sala, Turney, Drummond, Ivanikov. That's Rocco Coronel. Great drive from RC. Means Rocchio, Nielsen, Scott Marsh, Roman Kamyab there. Crosses the line. What a recovery. He was 34th after going rallycross on the very first corner. Recovers for P12 with a lightning 46.455 fastest lap of the race. So provisionally, Kostoja will be joined by Jindrik Peschel on the front row of the grid for the final. As Van Langenau takes victory, Peschel second, Sala, Turney, Drummond, Ivanikov. Good strong run from Rocco Coronel, the Red Bull Junior for victory lane. Head of Mins, Rocchio and Leo Nielsen. The DPK Racing in P10. Scott Marsh, P11, and look at that. From grid 2 back to 34th, second last in the grass. He recovers. Roman Kamyab comes home P12. Head of his countryman Gabriel Still, Pedersen, Zach Green, Luna. Good recovery from her as well. Gender, Zhao, Sun, Luthgard. That's Carl Luthgard, I should say. Sky Parker, Rasmussen, Genole. Gallen, Ella Hakkinen, Noah Massa, Paul Andriotis, Mark Borovko, Fausto. Arnaldo from Argentina, Matias Omet, Lamberto Ferrari, former Final Cup winner. Cook Larnett, Kolovos. Wolf does get the checkered flag as the final finisher after the retirements of Wojciech Foda and Mike Padiala. Pre-final A for OKNJ. We do try and recover the time lost from the very first start this morning, the Mini Under 10 pre-final. So the OKN Junior Karts about to come onto the track, being led by the newly announced Mercedes AMG Junior Manny Novellini, Neue Stationes, Seva out of P3, and Legenki. Polikan, Blandino, the fastest qualifier for the Galatza Setiras racing team. Sebastian Rydell, Nikita Botte, the third Ukrainian inside the top 8. Cher and Augustus Feligione for the Moni racing team of Nicholas Moni. Lucas Palacio, Leo Gorski, we'll get back to Lucas in a moment. Francisco Bell, Mason from South Africa. A menina do Brasil, Victoria Farfus, Adam Brilla, Gwen Sanchez, Joelle Carrera and Federico Mirabella. Cacefiero from Andorra, Martufi, Bertolini Diego, Alan Jacobiak, Fabio Pelleriti for the Spirit Karting team from Switzerland, Emilia Ulash and Max Lecroix for the Spirit Karting team as well on grid 27. Lucas Palacio, 7-11 from Washington, who won at La Conca. Almost admitted to hospital last night, not through injury, but he was running an incredibly high fever. He is medicated this morning, racing under duress. Incredibly stressful at the best of times. He's running a high fever. He lines up on grid 11 in 7-11. Another formation lap. There has been quite a bit of illness going around in the paddock in the first few races of the year. Lucas is out on track, the La Conca race winner, finishing second in the rain at Lonato 2 weeks ago to Nicholas Stanley. Lucas, he is the championship leader, running a fever. Manny Novellini on pole position for the Prema Racing team. The newly announced Mercedes AMG Junior. Watch Leo Gorski, 7-1-3 at a grid 12. A row ahead of the South African Matteo Mason, I should say. CRG Holland, 7-5-4. And in between those two is the championship leader, 7-11 in grid 11, the American Lucas Palacio. Novellini on pole position. We race. Neue Stationes misses the start for the Modena car team. He's back to 3 to 4 to 5. He's on the outside as Sebastian Rydell drives up the inside, does the German. Manny Novellini takes the race lead. Teo Polikan slots into second place for the Victory Lane team. Edge going through. The 7-12 Kart Republic. A clean start for pre-final A for OKMJ. And it's the French champion, the Asian champion, the international champion from 2024. The second generation racer, Manny Novellini, who leads across the line for the first of 14 times. There's Sever up into third place. Osachi Shuslovsky for the Monster K factory team, Rydell. Sebastian, the German, in the center of your screen, looks back behind him to the Lithuanian Neue Staciones. Clean line from Sebastian, tries to get the drive, but Staciones is glued to the back of the German. 7.06 for team driver. Ger, Legenki, Blandino, Vittoria Farfus up into P9. There's the Iron Dame. Head Botte, 7.11 in position 11, the championship leader, Lucas Palacio. Rydell being pushed by Staciones. The German defends. The French drivers, 1-2 from the Ukrainian. Meni Novellini from Teo Policar for the victory lane team. Back to Seva, the first of the three Ukrainians in pre-final A. That's Christian Blandino, 7.26. Fastest qualifier, the Sicilian on Friday, with a time of 48.361 for the Greek Galatzis Sotiras racing team. You can bet they're excited about the new circuit opening on the outskirts of Athens, the new Sparta 1,300-metre circuit. Not too far from the Greek capital, a world-class circuit just being completed as we speak at Sparta. And you know the Galatzis Sotiras racing team will be doing thousands upon thousands of laps there in the years to come, as you see Seva up the inside of Teo, splits the two French drivers. The GSR team from Greece with their Sicilian driver, Christian Blandino. P6 at the moment in 7.26. Palacio encouragingly with a 48. 8.92 goes purple. He's behind the South American. He's the North American, Vittoria Farfus, the Iron Dame, has Seva up the inside of Meni Novellini. Around the outside are the two French drivers. Superb from Seva. He takes the lead. Novellini back to second. Polican, Staciones, Blandino, Rydell, Legenki, Ger, Farfus, and the championship leader, Lucas Palacio. Botte and Leo Gorski as well. The first 12 on your screen in that lead group. 7.26, that is Christian Blandino. Polican up the inside of Novellini. Watch Noyes around the outside. Superb, the modern kart team. The Paralin drives on through to P2. Blandino on the back of Meni Novellini. Seva skips away to lead as we approach half race distance pre-final A for OKNJ. Vittoria looks back over her shoulder to Ger, then Nikita, Leo Gorski, Lucas in P12. Just trying to get it to the checkered flag. Just trying to get through Sunday, to be perfectly honest. There's the American from Washington, D.C. Championship leader. Bertolini, Sanchez, Martufi, Felicione, Mirabella, Jacobiak, Brilla, Pelleriti, and Lacroix, the two Spirit karting team drivers. And Emilia Orlash on debut in the Formula K kart together with the SRP team. Emilia on debut in WSK. She rounds out the field. 27 starters and 27 still in the race. Pre-final A, OKNJ. Gorski down the inside of Farfus. Palacio tries to follow the pole through. Lucas Palacio in P8 with a purple sector. From Mason, Farfus, Carrera, Gorski, Cacifiero, Rydell back in the 15th. Half race distance, pre-final A for OKNJ. The Monster K factory team of Yuri Serafini leading with the first of the three Ukrainians in this pre-final, the second of which is Legenki in 6th. Nikita Botte in 7. In fact, Nikita's just now been passed by Lucas, who's up in a P8. Felipe Sanchez from Brazil with a 48, 8.05, down in 19th, but the fastest driver on the circuit. Nice move a moment ago, off screen albeit. Amelia Orlash going by and taking Max Lacroix. Back to the fight for the front, Staciones. The Modena car parallel down the inside, but he goes deep under brakes, could not stop in time. Seva gets him back on the outside. Novellini, we start lap 9 of 14. Blandino, there's the Sicilian, the Italian, who cops a hit from Polican, who does likewise to Novellini. Christian, animated, raises the right arm. He knows the Frenchman ran into the back of him. The Lando Norris kart. The 5 different engine manufacturers in OKN. Vortex, TM, LKE, Modena, and the Miami. It's Seva, TM powered at the moment. Seva defends. Noyes pushes him. Runs into the back of the Ukrainian, who just stands on the brakes and says, this corner is mine. Holds P1, looks back over his left shoulder. Novellini will get the run. Polican likewise. The French drivers 3 and 4. The Ukrainian from the Lithuanian. The Sicilian in 5. Novellini on the outside. Knew it and cut back to cover off his countryman, Teo Polican. Palacio is catching the leaders under duress. Lucas Palacio, ill with a fever, approaching 39 degrees, medicated last night, just trying to get through the weekend. He's actually catching the leaders. He is the championship leader. He's now closing up onto the back of Christian Blandino. Courageous drive from the American. Lap 11 and 14. Here we go. Starting to bottleneck now, this 5-kart fight is now a battle of 6, 7 in fact, because Alexander Leganki, 2023 WSK Champions Cup champion, is there as well. Blandino by Mani Novellini. Polican, second place. Staciones, they go 3 wide down the back straight. Blandino, bravo. Second position. Polican, still the top French driver. Palacio, yeah. Mason. What about the South African in P9? And Nikita Bote, the Ukrainian from Costa Blanca in Spain, rounds out the 10. Back to Cacciafiero, Gorski in 12, Rydell, Vittoria Farfus, whose father, Augustus, on the podium in the World Endurance Championship season opening round in Qatar a week ago. Came within, 14 minutes of winning the GT3 category before had to pit. Former Winter Cup champion with CRG, former North American Formula 8 champion. Watching on trackside, his daughter, the Iron Dame, Vittoria Farfus, behind Leo Gorski. In fact, she's just gone by, as has Joelle Carrera. Rydell up to 12, Cacciafiero 11, Farfus 13 ahead of Carrera. And Leo Gorski falls back to 15. Crash! Spectacular between Blandino and Seva. Staciones into the wall. Spectacular. We had one of the cleanest pre-finals of the morning right up until that point. A spectacular crash has claimed 4 drivers. As we start the last lap of the race, Blandino is out, Staciones, Polican as well. And this may not be the end of it as yet. Palacio incredibly in the center of your screens in P3. Novellini, money on his way to victory. From Legenki, Lucas in third. Mason, a Musha lekker drive from the South African. He's in P4. Head of Ger, Botte, Cattafiera, Rydell, Seva, and Vittoria Farfus. Mani Novellini will round the final corner to take the checkered flag and win pre-final A. And start pole position for the final this afternoon, OKNJ. Legenki second, Lucas. A courageous drive to P3. What about Mason? Home in P4. The South African from Nikita Botte, Ger, Rydell, Cattafiero, Farfus, the Iron Dame, and Leo Gorski, P10. A spectacular crash. Claims Polican, Staciones, and Blandino on the final lap of the race. As we take a look at the highlights, well, we were. Pelleriti and Alan Jakobiak also not finishing. It was the cleanest pre-final of the morning up until the penultimate lap. The drivers being attended to, but they are fine. These are the highlights of pre-final A. Mani Novellini from Seva, Osachi, Shuslovsky, and Theo Polican, the French drivers going 1 and 2. Seva pulling away, Mani Novellini, and then Blandino picking them off one by one, looking to take the race victory until a spectacular crash in the dying stages. Blandino with the cutback, and then this. Blandino and Seva coming together, Polican with nowhere to go. Into the wall also Staciones. Novellini takes the victory. Mani Novellini, the Mercedes AMG Junior, the Prema Racing Team driver. There are the drivers in the middle of the circuit. They are fine, thankfully. Novellini wins from Legenki. Lucas courageously third. Mason, just outstanding from the South African four. Botte, Ger, Rydell, Cattafiero, Farfus, the Iron Dame 9, and Leo Gorski for the MP Academy team, the Gamoto team driver in P10. Pre-final B for OK and Junior. We can just bring you up to date. The concern is for the driver, Teo Polican, who may have sustained an arm injury. We wish him the best. He's being attended to by the medical team. Teo Polican as a precaution here this morning. Pre-final B for OKNJ. Simone on pole from Girardello. Orlando, the Sano race winner. Chikorachki, Tam, Zvadic, Dondi, Jules. Ivan Aman for the Innovate competition team from Switzerland. Nicola Stanley, the Lenato race winner, out of 10. Vetan Ranta for the Kotala Sports team, CS55, Kotiev, Blaszczewski, Otchepa, Orlando Ravelli, Tomichev, Makinen, Nekmush, Nicholas Guth on debut, the Brazilian, and Zvadic. That's Mark, out of 20. Diari Shlami, Julia Angelard for Jastrebski Racing, Sofia Povetsnaya, Gabriela Giacomelli, Emiliano Gutierrez, the Mexican, and Jisheng Wu, 777 for Ward Racing, out of 26. .727, the modern powered Kart Republic for the Kiddix driver performance team of the Canadian in the centre of your screen, being pushed by the Sano race winner Michele Orlando. Rocco on pole position, pre-final B for OKNJ. This time we race. Orlando immediately up into second place. Tam goes through into P3, so first, third, fifth on the grid. 1, 2, 3 in the opening stages of pre-final B for OKNJ, down into turn 5, and a clean start for the moment, being led by the Canadian in the Modena powered Kart Republic. In fact, Modena engines 1-2, because Orlando, who took that fantastic victory at Sano in P2, in P1, the Italian goes down the inside. Nice, aggressive, clean pass in the opening stages of pre-final B for OKNJ. The DR Racing Kart leads. Albert Tam, 722 for the Modena Kart team, the Paralympian. It's a Swiss Estonian across the line in P3. Duele Gypsy Girardello right behind is his Modena Kart Racing teammate. Down the inside into turn 5. Albert gives him space. And it's Dondi, Chikorachki, Aman from Switzerland. Aman from grid 9 up into P7 from Zhu. And Nicholas Stanley, the Spanish-born American who won in the pouring rain at Lenato to take his first ever WSK victory in P9. You just saw behind Zvadic though, up onto 2 wheels. Lucky to hold on to it in the Kali Kart. Incident into the final corner. Down into the hairpin, involving, in fact, Zvadic, Ishlami, Povetsnaya, and Zhu. Jin Cheng in the 777. Well, the lucky number in Chinese, you know it's 888. But Wu in the 777 has joined Povetsnaya, Ishlami from Albania, and Zvadic has the 4 retirements in the hotel hairpin in the opening stages of pre-final B for OKNJ, as Girardello slips down the inside and takes the Canadian Rocco Simone for P2. Orlando leads lap 3 of 14, pre-final B for OKNJ. There's Stanley in the background for the Gamoto team. MP Motorsport, the Dutch Sicilian. New agreement for 2025. It's a Henza kart, newly homologated. That was El Madrileño, head of Otta Veteranranta, the Finn, the first of the 2 Finns The second is Lenny Mäkinen, Veteranranta, 776, P10 in the CS55 cart. Girardello goes down the inside and we go full course yellow. There's Iman, who just made the move before the yellow came out. Ivan Iman, 770. The Innovate competition driver from Switzerland. That incident into the hotel hairpin. You can see Islami's card on the infield. Also, Povetsnaya and Zhu. And Mark Zvadic out, full course yellow for that incident with the track blocked. For a moment, it was too risky for the leaders to come racing by at 120 kilometres an hour in that part of the circuit. So full course yellow, pre-final B for OKN Junior. Girardello, Orlando, Rocco in P3, Ivan in P4. That's a brilliant start. The TM Power Tony Kart 770. The driver from Switzerland racing in the Swiss Championships. And of course, as we know, the Swiss Championships, there's very few circuits in Switzerland after the Le Mans, let's say, incident of 1955. So the Swiss Championships taking place in many northern Italian circuits, including right here at FRANCIACORTA, where Oman has raced in the past. The green and white machine. Head of Zhu, the Chinese-French driver. 725. Zach for LA Motorsport. Then it's Dondi, Tam, the Swiss-Estonian Chikoratski, Stanley and Otto Veteranranta. Nilnik Mausch, the Moroccan, racing in the French Championships in the past couple of seasons in the NSK series before joining us here in WSK. Also going out, an incident with Sebastian Kotsayev. So at least another lap under full course yellow. So at least one more lap under full course yellow. We come up to half race distance, pre-final B, OKNJ. The car's starting to be littered around the circuit here. Two pre-finals after this for KZ2 before we go into our 6 finals here this afternoon. Cloudy day, thankfully though dry. Round 4 of the Supermaster Series. Next week we are at Viterbo International Leopard Circuit for the first time since 2011. For the final round of the Supermaster Series. Also back at Viterbo and Cremona for the WSK Euro Series, the 20th anniversary season of WSK World Motorsport. And the 12th season of the world's most competitive junior car racing series, the Italian F4 Championship, which kicks off on the first weekend of May at the MotoGP circuit of Misano on Italy's Adriatic coast. green next time round. So we will sprint to the checkered flag. The final 4 laps will sprint green. The green flag being prepared on the start-finish line. Girardello, Orlando, Rocco Simone, Aman, Zhu, Dondi, Tam, Chikorachki. The Lonato race winner, Stanley, Otto Vetanaranta, Rovelli, Plaszewski, Zvadic. That's Marat still in the race. Guth, Otchepa, Fomichev, Makinen, Gutierrez, Julia Angelard, Iacomelli brings them around. At the back of the pack, at the front of the pack is Joelle Gypsy Girardello, and we race green to the checkered flag. Aman immediately passed by Zach Zhu. Chikorachki going by and taking Albert Tam. Nicholas Stanley follows him on through. But now El Martabileño is on the outside. Does not have the speed that he had at Lonato this weekend, albeit he's still got this afternoon to do something spectacular. Nicholas Stanley, the Lonato race winner, who is actually second in the series. Lucas Palacio, the championship leader. Three laps to race in pre-final B. Here's Aman. Right behind him is Dondi, who goes in deep under brakes. Down into turn 5. Leonardo for the Kicks Driver Performance Team 767, the Modena Powered Kart Republic. Same combination for Rocco Simone, 727. As if we are describing Boeing aircraft models. Simone, 727. Dondi, 767. Well, the 777 of Wu Xinjiang is already out. I don't think there's a 747 in the race. Girardello leads from Orlando. Zhu goes through into position 3. Zach for the LA Motorsport team. The TM-powered Paralympic pre-final B for OKN Junior. Mani Novellini virtually assured of pole position for the final this afternoon, but Zach Zhu, 50% French driver. There's the 767 of Leonardo Dondi. Just behind Aman. Girardello leads. Orlando, middle of the circuit under brakes. The Chinese-French driver for LA Motorsport looks back over his left shoulder to Rocco Simone, staring at the Canadian, who goes fastest with a 49.007. Otto Vetanarata into the 48s now. The Finn in the Carlos Sainz 55 kart. P9 ahead of Orlando Rovelli. Stanley falls back to 11. Stanley will need to do something spectacular in the final this afternoon if he's to go to Viterbo next week with any hope of taking the title. He's second in the series. Orlando almost off the road. Orlando, he was centimetres away from the left rear, going into the grass sideways. It's costly. He knows it. He defends. Back to Zach. Zhu tries to go through to P2. Orlando, spectacular. Third in the championship. The Sano race winner starts the last lap of the race in P2. Aman, superb. Head of Dondi. The first 6 pre-final B for OKNJ. It's Joelle Gypsy Girardello who leads the way. Orlando looking nervous here, just trying to bring it home. He almost went in too deep and missed the apex down into turn 5. Zach, back to Rocco, Ivan, and Leonardo Dondi. A tighter line, predictably that time, from Orlando. Wide on the exit. Watch him. White line it. He'll go to his right, to your left. As they race down the straight. Girardello wins pre-final B for OKNJ. Orlando just holds on for P2. And Zach Zhu in third place. Julia Angelard crosses the line for Jastrzębski Racing as the final finisher. in the truncated pre-final, which had a full course yellow and saw 7 retirements. Girardello wins and will join Manny Nuvolini on the front row of the grid for the final of OKN Junior later this afternoon. Girardello with the victory from Orlando. Zhu, Simone, Dondi, Ahmad, P6, the 2 Swiss drivers. Time right behind Vetan Ranta, who did set the fastest lap of the race. From Rovelli, Chikorachki, Stanley P11, the Lenato race winner, who is second in the championship, outside the top 10 in pre-final B here this morning. Two pre-finals to race here this morning. KZ2, pre-final A in just a moment. A world-class field of KZ2, 89 drivers including 7 world champions, one of which is Pedro Hilbrand. He took pole position in qualifying. He starts pole position for pre-final A. Before we race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA in KZ2. Nine drivers in KZ2, including, as we say, 7 world champions. We're down to the final 72 to try and make it through to the 36 to race the final this afternoon, round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Senna van Walstein, actually, if you saw our coverage from Lonato, it was Christian Bertucca who stood on the top step, but a post-race penalty for, well, it was a wet circuit, and Christian turned it into a rallycross track. A 5-second penalty handing the victory to Senna van Walstein, who is the championship leader. The 2022 Supermaster Series champion. Christian Bertucca looking to go 3 in a row. Story yesterday, Christian Bertucca, the 125 car, did not fire for his 3rd heat. For the 4th heat, likewise. Well, it did fire ultimately, but he was forced to finish way down the field after it. Well, it just did not run cleanly. We'll look for Christian Bertucca this morning, not starting quite up as high as he would have liked after 1 DNF and 1 poor finish. In fact, he's 13th on the grid for this pre-final A. Pedro, his teammate, starts on pole position for KZ2. Yol Birala, front row of the grid. Pedro, the Catalan. Daniel Vasile out of grid 2. Casper Scormans, the Dutchman in lightning form this weekend. Samuel Leopard's out of 4. Jean Nobloch, 111 for CPB Sport. His French teammate, Spirgel, out of 6. Victor, one of 7 world champions in the field. Albanese, 8. Yarislav Shevlitarov. And what about Davide Forte? 89 drivers in KZ2. The 51-year-old legendary 4-time world champion, consistently in the top 6 all week. Jean Louet, Samuel Louet, Christian Bertucca out of 13. Alva Shimasvara, Nicolas Ruiz from Vereniging in South Africa. Vigano, Russo, Emilian Denner out of 18. Menu Crocia, Matteo Giacardi out of grid 20. Dorian Gildenfels in the Mari Kart. Lombardo in the Maranello. Bunyatan, Zalocco, Ethan Frigamasca, Marco Tormen in the Pantano card out of 26. Il Pilota Veneto, Shimek, Proch, Dusol and Tom Louet for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Simon Billman, Bennett Schneck, Babuana, Artem Troitsky, Erika Nash and Christian de Klein out of grid 36. Just in time for KZ2 pre-final A. The sun trying to break through ever so slightly here at FRANCIACORTA. 89 drivers in KZ2. Christian Bertucca back on grid 13. A row ahead of Nicolas Ruiz from Vereniging in South Africa. Hoping for a Musa lekker race. He'll try to blitzen the field here this morning. First race for CRG KZ2 for 2025. Starts behind Bertuca, starts alongside Viganò. The French drivers for CPB Sport on the third row of the grid. This is Pedrito, El Catalan from Blanes, and the north of Barcelona, just south of the French border, 2016 world champion. Leopardi behind Vasile. Pedro to the left of your screen. Vasile, the six-time Romanian karting Masters champion, Champions Cup champion as well. Goldenfels in the Maori kart. Christian Declain slots into position 36 for the Formula K SRP team. Pedro on pole. We race. One cut stalling at the back of the pack. It was Tom Dussault who did not get away. No problem from Pedro from the front row of the grid. As we see Bertuca trying to make up places in the early stages of the race. The French drivers for CPB Sport in the Sodi karts go 3 and 4. Great start from Jean Nomblot. Tom Dussault now finally gets underway, almost half a lap behind, as the field race down the hill for the first time. Hilbrand, P1, back to Vasile. As they complete lap 1, a relatively clean start for pre-final A. The Birla drivers, 1-2, Scormans, a contender for victory here this afternoon. The Dutchman for the French team, lightning quick all week. He's in P3. Jean Nomblot, triple one in P4 from Victor. Gustafsson under attack from Leopardi, Albanese, Louillet, and Davide Forte in P9 ahead of Christian Cannibal. Bertuca goes by Samuel Louet. Spiegel, Simasfara, Nicolas Ruse goes by and takes the Sicilian Angelo Lombardo. Down the back straight for the second time, Pedro tries to get a rhythm. As you see, Nomblot. Just watch his teammate Kasper Scormans. The Dutchman on the back of the Romanian, the Spaniard leads. There's Victor Gustafsson in the CRG, one of 7 world champions in the field here this weekend. Back racing in KZ2. Here's Victor Gustafsson. He raced okay at Lonato. He was running a fever of over 40 degrees. He should have actually been in hospital. He was that ill, but he's tough. He's the Swede. He's in P5. Galifa power on the CRG for Victor Gustafsson. The TM-powered CRG, the Road Rebel chassis. Behind the 2 Sodi karts, then the 2 Birolats. Leopardi in P6, then Danielo Albanese. The 2 teammates touch. Nomblot runs into the back of Kasper Scormans. Looks back behind. Seems as though he just ever so slightly missed that going into third gear coming out of the hotel hairpin. Bertuca up into P8 with a 46.225, goes fastest. Behind is Jean Louillet, Samuel Louillet, 128 and 127. The 2 Louillet brothers from Switzerland. Teammates to Christian and Pedro, P1, 2016 world champion. That was in OK. The famous race in the desert in Bahrain when he overtook Karel Bash, the reigning world champion at the time, just a couple of laps from the checkered flag. Also took the Super Cup in Kristianstad that year, the Euro Championships. Pedro also running his own team in the Spanish series. Fastest qualifier on Friday with a 45.439. Pedro Hilbrand from Daniel Vasile. Scormans, Nomblot. Leopardi has got by and taken Victor Gustafsson. Bertuca, the reigning Super Masters Series champion. That was he in the background. He's got by Albanese. Christian is flying. He's up into P7. 36 starters, 36 still in the race. Pre-final 8 for KZ2. 1/3 race distance. Spiegel goes faster. Chevrital off with the 46.148 though. Eclipses that. The Drago course team driver, the Russian, started out of grid 9, fell back, but he's making his way back through the field. Now sitting in behind Emilian Tanner, Angelo Lombardo and Nicolas Ruse. Still the two teammates in second and third, but their driver there immediately following. You can see he's now Pedro, with Daniel Vasile just making that move a few moments ago. No argument from Pedro at this early stage. They're tied for points at the moment, 10 points each going into this afternoon's final, so they would both share the front row of the grid. But you know the CBB Sports Sodi Kart drivers will have something to say about that. Pedro looks behind, goes deep down into turn 5. Half race distance coming up. Halfway through this lap, pre-final A for KZ2, round 4, the WSK Supermasters Series. Next week, north of the eternal city of Rome, the Leopard International Circuit, the refurbished, rebuilt basically, Viterbo Circuit, about an hour north of the Roman capital. So the Italian capital. It was once, of course, the capital of the known universe, the center of the Roman Empire. Viterbo next week for the series final, the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series. Still this group of 4, the 2 Birolats, although in the Charles Leclerc colours, for Daniel, 133. 111, Jean Nomblot behind 106. It's the young Dutchman, Casper Schoormans. Bertuca now in 5 from Leopardi, Gustafsson, Albanese, Jean Louillet, Spiegel, Samuel away, Alvar Shimashvara, 4A13, Roos, Nicholas, head of Lombardo, and then Chevrital off in 16th, the Drago course driver. Still fastest lap of the races, Daniel Vasile, so close to the edge of the circuit there. The Romanian controlling the wheel spin as he puts over 50 horsepower down through the Vega tyres on this 1.3 kilometre circuit. Chevrital off, fastest lap of the race, and just clocked 141 kilometres an hour as well. That's exactly 88 miles per hour. Bertuca now with a 46 dead though. Sun coming out to shine here at FRANCIACORTA, just a few days from the official end of winter time here in the Northern Hemisphere. The 20th season of WSK World Motorsport, the Supermaster Series. The inaugural KZ2 champion 2010, Betsky Vissa. Marco Zanchetta a year later. And it was Jordan Lennox, now Birolat team manager, in 2012. Max Verstappen 2013. Ardigo winning the first, did Marco, of his 4 Supermaster Series title. 14, 15 and 16 for the great Marco Ardigo, and 18 as well. Bas Lemmers in 2017 and 2019. Simo Puhaka for the Tony Kart team in 2020. And it was MK, Moraine Kramers, for the Birolat team, who are now running 1, 2 and 5. Kramers in 2021. Senna Van Walstein 2022. For the team on your screen, Sodi Kart, who trade positions. Jean Nomblot goes up into P3. They're both being caught by Christian Bertuca, who won the 23 series, the 24 series. He's the reigning champion. He started on grid 13, and he's now right on the back of the 2 CBB Sports Sodi Kart drivers. Nomblot through to P3. Casper Schoormans defending from the reigning World Cup champion 2023-24. Supermasters Series champion, winning the second Sano race of the 2025 series. 1-2-5. Christian Cannibal dives down the inside, just sent it. Stood on the brakes and he's gone through to split the Sodi cuts. Leopardi, P6. Just the two manufacturers inside the top six. Birulat, 1, 2 and 4. Sodicat, 3, 5. In fact, Leopardi also for the Birulat team. So 4 of the cars built at Lissone, which is literally walking distance from the Monza Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit. The Birulat manufacturer, 1, 2, 4 and 6 in pre-final A of KZ2. Vasile in the Charles Leclerc colours, the CL car, the 2018 Champions Cup champion, 6-time Romanian Karting Masters champion. Brake bias adjustment in the background from Pedro Hilbrand, the Spanish veteran. Penultimate lap of pre-final A, our penultimate pre-final of the morning, as the sun encouragingly, thankfully, comes out to shine here. Rain expected later today, but that's well after our final checkered flag, which is for the KZ2 final at 3:30 later this afternoon. You're watching us live on Motorsport TV and WSK.IT around the world. KZ2 pre-final A. And it's the Romanian from the Spaniard who leads. There's the reigning champion, Bertuca. But it's Vasile who will start the last lap in the race lead. And with that, almost certainly a front row start for the final later this afternoon. Kaspar Gormets looking at a second row start for the final. Remember, 89 drivers, the 72 in the 2 pre-finals. We go down to the final 36 for the final this afternoon. 1.3 kilometres is one lap of this super fast FRANCIACORTA circuit. 141, 142, even at times with a perfect slipstream. 144 kilometres an hour here at FRANCIACORTA. Not in this pre-final here this morning as they're on well-worn Vega tyres after a torturous 2 days of heats. But at the end of this, the 15th lap, it is the Birulat team who go 1-2. Vasile, Hilbrand, Nomblo, Bertuca, Skurmans, Leopardi, this Albanese from Jean Louillet, Telspigel, Samuel Louillet, finishes in the top 10. Just the 2 retirements, unfortunately. Nicolas Ruse, he was blixemed and retires with Matteo Viganò. As we take a look at the highlights of pre-final A, Hilbrand and Vasile. Tom Dussol stalling on the grid, did recover to take the checkered flag in 31st position. Teammates trading positions, as did Nomblo and Kaspar Gormets. Bertuca on the back of Jean Nomblo. The reigning champion recovers for P4. His teammates go 1-2. Daniel Vasile takes victory from Pedro Hilbrand. Nomblo, Bertuca, Skurmans, good drive. Bravo, Leopardi. Solid run for Albanese, the former Euro champ. Louillet, Matteo Spigel also for CBB Sport. And Samuel Louillet in P10. KZ2 pre-final B in just a moment. Max Orlov, Senna Van Wallstein, Sodikart on the front row of the grid. The sun shining here at FRANCIACORTA. The final pre-final of the morning. We take a look at the grid for the final pre-final here this morning. Maxim Orlov on pole position alongside Senna Van Wallstein. Stan Pex, second Dutchman inside the top three. The Le Conca race winner, Jenna Civico, out of grid 4. The two Italians, the two world champions, Ippolito and Giuseppe Palomba. NK, Marcus Kayak out of 7. Zanki, the Australian Timo Jungling, and Jaden Tian, the Rotax Winter Cup champion from last year, out of 10. Schleimer, Kavalken, Reckenmacher, Dian van Verven. Sturzen has been impressive, the young Swede. Skrivan, Pulan, Eric Holm, Kipres Jorsi in the Gold Cup, and Lorenzo Travisonuto out of grid 20. Enzo Le Cruz, Pavel Tontri, Zoe, Floresco Portelia, Piccini, Speck in the TV car. The Scottish Englishman, Jensen Graham, Moritz Ebner, Pirovano from Monza, Cedric Moll, and third KZ2 race for the young Swiss driver, Kian Fardin, Il Bresciano, Andrea Dalle, Jaden Gushiken, Georgi Vakovsky, Moraine Kramers, back on 34 is Mario, Mormarelli and Andrea Spagni. Our final pre-final of the morning for KZ2. As we say, the title, which was first won by Betsky Visa in 2010. We also ran KZ1 in 2011 and 12. The two winners, Paolo De Conto in KZ1 in 11. Marco Artigo, his 6th KZ WSK title. 5 in KZ2, and Marco, of course, winning in 2012 in KZ1. The reigning champion, Christian Bertuca, just taking the checkered flag a few moments ago. We'll see Orlov on the front row of the grid. CPB Sport on the front row. Max 101 to the left, Senna to the right. Enzo Le Cruz slots into position, a place ahead of Zoe Floresco Portelia, Lewis Speck. Here is Enzo, the Modena Power DR kart of the French driver for the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. Mormarelli 142 on the final row of the grid. Our final pre-final of the morning for KZ2. We race. Orlov launches off the line as Jenna Civico struggles to get away. And the Spaniard from the outside second row of the grid, 1, 2, 3, will be lucky to finish the first lap inside the top 10. Stan sends it up into P3. Great start from Il Napolitano, Giuseppe Palomba, who rockets up into P4. Orlov from pole position leads his Dutch teammate Senna Van Wallstein. The CPB Sport Sodikart drivers 1-2 down the back straight for the first time. Stan calmly, coolly looks back over his shoulder to the driver from Naples, the reigning world champion Giuseppe Palomba. He's in P4 in the Maranello Cup. Ippolito, Zanki, Kayak, Anatoly Kavalkin, Jungling, Schleimer, Jaden Tian, Civico P13. A disaster for the Catalan, who just did not get away off the line. He's lost 10 positions, not on the first lap, but effectively on the first corner. Orlov leads. The Russian champion, the Italian champion, last year's WSK Final Cup champion. The two Italian world champions, Palomba, Ippolito, 4 and 5. Ippolito down the inside. Palomba lets him go reluctantly. The Tuscan ahead of the driver, whose home circuit is Sano, where we race the second round of the Supermaster Series. Palomba. Kayak for the Formula K SRP team. WSK Champions Cup champion. 139 is Marcus Kayak. That's MK, the second MK. Moraine Kramer's down in 25th position. Ippolito in the Card Republic has already caught up to the back of the similar machine, Stampex Motorsport. Miami powered KR in P3 for Stan, who won the first round of the Supermaster Series for 2025 at La Conca. Kayak in P6. Kayak from Zanki, Anatoly Kavalkin, Jungling Schleimer, and Jaden Tien. Lorenzo Travisanuto, one of 7 world champions in the field from Grid 20, already up into 14th place. Albin Sturson has been impressive this weekend. Twice vice Swedish champion in juniors, also racing in the Nordic F4 Series. Albin Sturson in the Lenzo kart, inside the top 15. In fact, he's up into 12th place. As Anatoly Kavalkin falls down the field, it looks as though the Russian is the first to retirement. As Senna goes down the inside, takes his teammate Maxim, lets him go. Gets the slipstream as well. 141 kilometers an hour for Senna Van Walstein. Ippolito down the inside of Stampex. And the former world champion goes by and takes Stampex. Rides the ripple strip, does stand at the top of the hill. Kayak has caught up to the back of Palomba, making a move on the inside of the Italian. The reigning world champion, first season with the Maranello kart team. Kayak takes him. Palomba back to 6. MK through to P5. The second MK, that's Kramer's, now up into P21. Behind his countryman, Jan van Verdeven. Jensen Graham has just gone by and taken Moraine Kramer's 2021 Supermaster Series champion, Moraine Kramer's, who spent the best part of the last half decade racing in the United States. Back for his second season with the Tony Kart Racing team, finished P2 at La Conca. Remember the Dutch drivers first and second in the first round of the Supermaster Series. Aggressively grabs the gear, does Maxim Orlov, as Timo Jungling puts in a 46.579. 5.71 though, marginally faster from Ippolito. And the Tuscan is catching the 2 CPB Sport Sodi karts. That's Stan on your screen, the youngest of the 3 Pex brothers. Of course, older brother Jordet, 2015 world champion with that spectacular last lap pass to win at Le Mans. A decade ago this year, in fact, did Jordet win that title in France. Orlov looks back behind to Ippolito. He needs to, because the gap's come down. It's only just over half a second now. 46-4 for Sander van Walstein. Pulls away. The 2022 Supermaster Series champion. Lead of this pre-final. As it stands right now, it's Hilbrand and Vasile on the front row of the grid for the final. Orlov and Sander van Walstein on the second row. Skouremans and Stan Pex, the Dutch drivers. 5-6, in fact the Dutch drivers will be 4-5-6 on the grid for the final this afternoon, provisionally. Maxim Orlov with a 46-4 though, goes even faster. Artur Poulain, Jaden Gushiken, two retirements. Anatoly Kavalkin running off track earlier but has continued on. The Russian down in 33rd position, former Euro champ. For the Modena kart racing team, starting out of grid 12, it's going to be tough for him just to make it through to the final. Remember, 89 drivers for this, the penultimate round of the Supermaster Series. Down to the final 36. No problem for the leading duo. In fact, the first group of four, they'll be right at the front of the grid for this afternoon's final. The final third of our final pre-final here this morning. With the exception of Senna with a 46.345. Everyone's starting to back it off and just bring it home. A well-worn set of Vega tyres which have had to cope through the heats and qualifying race so far. Some drivers with nothing to lose putting on a new set for the pre-final this morning. The majority, they're well-worn. A new set of Vegas for the final this afternoon on a dry circuit, thankfully. Here at FRANCIACORTA. Stan Pex, 1-1-3, Miami powered Kart Republic. Stan fifth in the championship on 111 points. Sander van Walstein, the race leader and the championship leader. We'll keep you up to date with the championship point score throughout this afternoon's final. The live update, which changes every sector 3 times a lap. Whenever there's a position change. Coming into this, the penultimate round, Sander van Walstein, 192 points. To Bertuca, 177. Nombol, 111, third in the series on 129 from Orlov. 114 points. Stan Pex, fifth on 111 points from Vasile on 110. Spiegel, Palomba, NK and MK. Kramer's ninth on 73. And Marcus Kayak, WSK Champions Cup champion last year, 68 points and 10th in the series. He's 7th in the pre-final. Will the pre-final be here this morning for the Formula K SRP team. Just coming on to the straight now. In fact, Palomba's retaken the place seemingly from the Estonian. As we start the penultimate lap of the race, Van Walstein, the two Kart Republics flash by up the hill. This surprisingly undulating but very, very fast circuit, 1.3 kilometres. Artur Poulain's energy course. At the top of the hill in turn 2, it is out. Along with Momorelli, Eduardo has retired. This has Jaden Gushiken. Last lap next time round. This is Stan Pex. The Dutch drivers 1 and 4. The Russians second. And the former world champion from Tuscany in Italy, Paolo Ippolito. 9.03 in the Kart Republic in third. De laatste ronde voor de piloot van de Netherlands in de eerste positie. Marcus Kayak has stopped on the start-finish line. Kayak is out. Kayak has had a monumental failure 1 lap from the finish. He has coasted across the start-finish line. Marcus Kayak dropping down the order has retired from the pre-final. A disaster for the Estonian. Was looking to start at the front of the grid for the final. Pedro Hilbrand will start on pole. Sander van Walstein wins pre-final B to line up on the second row of the grid this afternoon. Ippolito just holds off Stan, all off second. But on the last lap of the race, Marcus Kayak has rolled to a stop. And DNF pre-final B here this morning. Sander van Walstein takes victory in pre-final B. And with that, the grids are set for this afternoon's finals. Just under the bridge there in the back of your screen, that's Marcus walking back. Kayak, the long walk back to pit lane. Exactly under the bridge, there's the Estonian, the Formula K driver. He was passed by Palomba, so something possibly was already let him go, and he's just coasted to a stop. Pushes the 139. Very bottom, or the very center right of your screen there, that's Marcus Kayak. 1 lap from home, does not take the checkered flag. Sander van Walstein wins, CBB Sport. 1, 2, they will line up on the second row of the grid for the final. Ippolito, Stan Pex. What about the Australian P5, Timo Jungli, who took Palomba on the last lap? Reckenmacher, Jaden T and Piccini, Il Toscano, and Maximilian Schleimer in P10. Great drive from Alessio from grid 24 to come home P9. Albin Sturson beats home. Lorenzo Travisanuto has been a contender all weekend, the Swede in the Lenzo kart. Travisanuto just have Jenna Civico dropped to 13th off the start, and that is where the Spaniard finished. The grids are now set for this afternoon's final. Round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series, thankfully on a dry, almost warm day, well, for winter time here at FRANCIACORTA. We'll take a very short break. Don't go too far away. You're watching us live on Motorsport TV and WSK.IT around the world. The finals starting with Mini Under 10 live from here at FRANCIACORTA in just a moment.
We
here at FRANCIACORTA for round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. 405 drivers from 56 nations around the world. Great to have your company here this afternoon at the very tail end of wintertime in the Northern Hemisphere. Thankfully, as opposed to Lonato 2 weeks ago, it is cloudy, but we are racing on a dry circuit. The first final is for the youngest drivers here, Mini Under 10 final. 36 drivers on the grid. Josh Bergman, the American, trying to go 4 in a row. He starts out of grid 2. There's Daniel Pasquale, who took pole position on Friday and starts out of grid 1. Before we race the final, let's take a look at some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Exactly 36 Mini Under 10 drivers on the grid. Daniel Pasquale taking pole position on Friday. We think back to the first round of the championship. La Conca Murolacese won by the American Josh Bergman. Sano race 2 won by the American Josh Bergman. 2 weeks ago in the pouring rain, Josh took victory again. Incredibly, the American is trying to go 4 in a row. Unprecedented, certainly, in the mini categories. He starts out at grid 2. It's a tough ask. It is possible. Daniel Pasquale in the CRG Black Mirror trying to deny the championship leader. Great to have your company here this afternoon. The first of our 6 finals, starting with Mini Under 10, over 10 laps of this deceptively fast 1.3 kilometre circuit. FRANCIACORTA, built back in 2020. Stefano Bonara and Raffaella Giacomini have done an outstanding job to present this world-class facility, host venue for the penultimate round of the Supermaster Series. Of course, next week we're back to the Leopard International Viterbo circuit, north of the eternal city of Rome, for the final round of the Supermaster Series. 12 degrees Celsius, actually got to 17, even 18 degrees at times yesterday in beautiful sunshine. The tail end of winter in the Northern Hemisphere. Thankfully, a dry circuit, a little bit of sun coming through. The first of our finals here. Daniel to the left of your screen. Josh to the right. The Mini Under 10 final. .405 drivers from 56 nations around the world here for this. The biggest round in WSK history, starting with the first final here this afternoon for Mini Under 10. We take a look at the grid. Daniel Pasquale, DP, in the CRG on pole position. Josh trying to go 4 in a row. Out of grid 2, Wingotshall. Colton, the Californian-born Texan, for Ward Racing out of 4. David Acton, Aman Pantuli for LA Motorsport. Midas and Beretta, the French drivers. 7, 8, 9 on the grid, Edouard Rouget, and the Cypriot, Andreas Papagiorgio. Adam Predescu, Cooper Lopez, the Venezuelan, Platon Kovtunenko, who led in the rain at Lonato 2 weeks ago. Mateo Garcia, Warakit Superchok, Pietras, Jan Algrea, Wiboyo, Nail Al-Gahoudi from Morocco, and Julian van der Kortele out of 20. Raikkonen out of 21, Leo Kralev out of 22. Johan Berger, second WSK race for the second generation racer. Hejna, Koramo, Nico Fardin, also from Switzerland. Raika, Maddox, the South African, Halelovic. And then Kargravich from the Emirates out of 30. Zvaric, Gazi Almegdad, a DNF in the pre-final this morning. Ernston, Marcelo Flores, Filippo Trullis from Greece, and Francesco Petta on the final row of the grid. The mini under-10 final. The Supermasters Series, DP to the left of your screen, on pole position. We race. Josh shoots to the inside of the circuit, but it's the CRG driver who goes position 1. Nice start also by David Acton. The pole for team driver slots into position 3. There's the Texan back in P5, a clean start for the moment. The mini under-10 final as the sun comes out to shine in the opening stages here at FRANCIACORTA. Pasquale leads in the CRG Black Mirror. Wingod Schalk in second place in 5.64 for the Kiddix Driver Academy. Acton in third. Pasquale has got the race lead, but Gottschalk closes right up on the back of the CRG, looks back over his left shoulder. As Pasquale puts the cart in the middle of the circuit, he'll lead the end of lap 1. Acton in the back of Gottschalk. Colton around the outside. Here comes the Texan. Pasquale leads. Aman Puntali up the inside behind Josh Bergman. The CRG driver now starting to pull away at the end of the first of 10 laps. This is David Acton for team driver. 5.27, Gottschalk. Colton locks up to avoid the back of the driver from Curaçao. Bergman behind Rouget. Lopez with an outstanding start into P7. There's the Venezuelan in this fight for the lead. Pantoli, Garcia, Midas, Kovtunenko. We watch the Ukrainian. There he is in the energy course for Bosch Racing. He's come carving through the field. An outstanding pre-final this morning for Platon Kovtunenko. You can expect the same here this afternoon. But Pasquale leads. Pole position on Friday. He was delighted with that. And he's already pulling out a nice lead as they come across the line to start lap 3. The gap 1.2 seconds. Back to win. The two Americans, Snickenberg and Bergman. The dream is still alive for Josh Bergman to go 4 in a row. At the moment, he's in P4 as his countryman down the inside of Win. Josh on the outside. Colton Snickenberg for Ward Racing. Josh has gone on through. That was a tough move. Cooper Lopez in form here this afternoon. That's the Venezuelan in the 6.74 CRG. They race down the hill. The Americans, second and third. The Texan from Josh, trying to go 4 in a row. Different teams, same nation. We'll see if they work together to try and catch the Italian, who's already got an enormous lead in 60 mini terms. Last time, 1.8 seconds. He goes fastest. Down slightly, 1.7. Wingod Schalk for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team clocks 104 kilometres an hour. Just over 60 miles an hour for so many of you watching on live in the United States, in the United Kingdom. Hoping your boy Josh, boys plural, either he or Colton can take the victory. Josh in P3 on the podium, but it's not the top step at the moment. The gap down 1/10 in that sector. The freight train, there's Kovtunenko. Platon on the back of the Moroccan Nail El Gahoudi. Gottschalk takes Lopez. Cooper loses a position. And then it's Aman Puntali for LA Motorsport, who stood on the podium in the first round of the championship at La Conca Murolacese on the last weekend of January. Fastest lap of the race now for Gottschalk, slightly. Josh drives down the inside. Wing follows him on through. Colton back to 4. And Snickenberg behind Gottschalk. Now critically, Gottschalk and Bergman are both driving for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team of Alessandro Leverati. They will work together. Colton may be American, the same as Josh, but for the Ward Racing Team in the Tony Kart, has got no interest in helping Bergman go 4 in a row. One and 2 in the series, a second and third on the track. That was critical. As we go into the second half of the race, Snickenberg thinking about it. There's Puntali for LA Motorsport. The gap 1.6 seconds last time, 1.4, they're catching. They work together. Wynn pushes Josh across the line. Colton Snickenberg for Ward Racing. They're in P4. In the background, you can see Pantali, Garcia, Rouget, Elga Howdy, Kovtunenko. And Cooper Lopez now falls back to 10. Platon Kovtunenko. A big ask, but if anyone can do it, the young Ukrainian for Porsche Racing, the team from the Chaika circuit on the outskirts of Kiev in Ukraine. Driving the energy cart, 5.58 at 54.9 last time. He's faster than the race leaders. Here's Kovtunenko. Snickenberg is helping the two Kidix driver performance team members catch up to the back of Pasquale. Second half of the mini under 10 final. We'll check the gap. 1 second. They took half a second out of the Italian. At this rate, they'll catch him in 3 laps. Julian van der Kottele, you can see the bottom left of your screen, under investigation. Scrap that. The Dutchman has been given a 3-second penalty. He's effectively out of it, back to 21. Pasquale, Lone Ranger, out by himself, trying to fend off the two Kidix drivers and the Californian-born Texan Colton Snickenberg for Ward Racing in the Tony Kart. He locks up. He'll get a good run on the exit though, as Bergman runs wide. Extra few engine up here. Pasquale's getting nervous. The gap 1 second dead, down to 7/10. Another 3/10 of a second. 3 laps to race. They will catch him at this rate, and they know it. Pasquale last time, a 55.21, 54.9 from Bergman. Surely he can't go 4 in a row. Josh Bergman, this would be unprecedented. He won at La Conca, he won at Sano, he won in the rain at Lonato 2 weeks ago. He's in P2. He is the championship leader as Colton down the inside splits the Kidix drivers. The Americans second and third. Down the back straight. Into the hotel hairpin. 2 laps to race. Seven-tenths of a second, only 1/10 that time. If they don't work together, they won't catch him. Josh Bergman. 4 in a row. The chances are slipping away for the American. So many of you watching on live from the Challenge of the Americas circuit. Challenge of the Americas race at the brand new K1 circuit. Hoping your boy, or one of them, can take victory. Josh in second, Colton in third. 6/10 of a second. Daniel Pasquale took pole position on Friday. The CRG Black Mirror 5.50. Colton down the inside of Josh, who tries to defend. They don't work together. Josh is off the road. Back to P4. Surely the dream is over. Ultimo Giro. That's what the last lap board says. Colton into second. Bergman off the podium. The gap out to 9/10 of a second. Surely Pasquale will take victory. Bergman will still take the lead into the championship final next week at Viterbo. But at the moment, he won't go 4 in a row. On the outside, just trying to get back onto the podium, Colton in second place for Ward Racing. Pasquale will win here at Franciacorta. The Italian will win round 4 of the Supermasters Series in the Mini Under 10 final. Down the back straight for the final time. Into the hotel hairpin. They fight for second, third and fourth. The checkered flag waves. Pasquale, Daniel wins here at Franciacorta for Team CRG. The Mini Under 10 final in the Supermasters Series. Snickenberg second. Josh Bergman does not stand on the top step of the podium, but he will be there in position 3. Gottschalk just misses, coming home in P4. Pasquale wins. Daniel wins here at Franciacorta, round 4 of the Supermasters Series. From pole position, Pasquale led away. Great start from Wingod in the pole, David Acton. Colton Snickerberg fighting his way through. The two Kiddix drivers, the two Americans, plus Wingod for the Kiddix Driver Academy, but out front, Daniel Pasquale in the end wins by 2.2 seconds. They were catching at one point by half a second a lap. Pasquale, a perfect race, and the Italian wins round 4 of the WSK Supermasters Series. Pasquale with the victory, and the drivers from the United States of America second and third. Snickerberg, Colton in second from Josh. Gottschalk, El Gahoudi, great drive from the Moroccan. El Gahoudi finishing ahead of Garcia, Aman Pantali, Rouget, the two French drivers, Kovtunenko, and what a weekend for Maddox. The South African finishes inside the top 10. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the first podium of the afternoon for the mini under 10 category. Pasquale wins here at FRANCIACORTA. The first podium of the afternoon for the mini under 10 final, a thrilling race. Ultimately, he could not go 4 in a row, but he does stand on the podium and he does take the championship lead to Viterbo Bowl next week. Third place from the United States, Josh Bergman. Second place, also from the United States of America, Colton Snickerberg. pole position on Friday, and he wins the Mini Under 10 final here this afternoon. The Italian for Team PRG here at FRANCIACORTA, Daniel Pasquale. And representing the winning team, Carlo Pacito. We'd like to call upon the mayor of Casterazzetto, il sindaco di Casterazzetto, Signor Luigi Cugno, to present the third place trophy to Josh Bergman. Mr. Cugno will present the second place trophy to Colton Snickenberg. Signor Luigi Cugno premia anche il vincitore, Daniel Pasquale. And representing the winning team, CRG, Carlo Pacito. The national anthem of Italia. The podium for the final place, Josh Bergman, second, Colton, il vincitore. The sun's still shining here at FRANCIACORTA, ready to race for our second final here, 60 Mini, the original 60 Mini category Group 3. Let's firstly check out some of the highlights this week. Before we race the final, Sten Ratajski on pole position. Let's see how he got there. We have raced the heats on a dry circuit, thankfully, all week here at FRANCIACORTA. In stark contrast to Lonato 2 weeks ago. The sun even shining here up to 13 degrees Celsius. Not too bad for the tail end of winter here in Italy. This is round 4, the WSK Supermaster Series, just a moment away from the start of the 60-minute Group 3 final. Stan Ratajski, the WSK Open Series champion, he won that title last year in 2024 to start on pole position for Team Baby Race, whose headquarters are, I won't say within walking distance of this circuit, well, it's a long walk, halfway between South Garda Karting Lonato and here at FRANCIACORTA, the team from Castelnaudolo, Team Baby Race on pole position. Front row of the grid, in fact, because Alessandro Nani will start out at grid 2, French and Italian combination. Javi Lazzaru is the championship leader. He finished P2 across the line. As we look at the grid here, the very back of the grid, Mattias Brajot. Grid 29 empty, David Moscardi not to start. There is Mazepin, Frigerio, Jan Gazelic in the energy course for Bosch Racing. Victor Gurun for the Tony Kart Racing team is the Romanian. Our assistant race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, giving strict instructions to the pole sitter, Stan Ratajski. In fact, that was to Nani, so Stan has elected to start on the outside. There's Stan to the right. He is on pole position, but has chosen to start from the outside front row of the grid. The karts fire into life. There's Javi Lazzaru. Let's take a look at the grid for the 60-minute Group 3 final. Over 10 laps. Ratajski, 5.13 on pole position. Nani, 5.04. Team Baby Race on the front row of the grid. Pedigol, who crossed the line in P1 at Lonato 2 weeks ago. Jano Pujol, who won the Super Cup here last year. Lazzaru, Robertson, Chilice, LDP out of 8. Harry Williams and Boache Kosheva. Henry Mording in great form, the German this weekend in the Tony Kart, alongside Kees Moyes for the Spino Project Racing team out of grid 12. And we go to Royce Vega, Mark Lumetz for the MP Academy with Team Gamoto. Giuseppe Noviello, Yanni for Ward Racing, Pelfrenet, Tiberius Muller out of 18, Cascawo, and Leo Latinen out of grid 20. Victor Gurun, the Romanian, alongside the Swede Elton Head Fours. Remember, he started on pole position at Lonato 2 weeks ago, back on grid 22. Gadzelic, Ria in the Birulat, Frigerio, Diascoli, Mazepin, DDF. Davide Moscardi will, Moscardi will not start. Piervo out of 30, Brajot, Lee, Sen Lindemann, Daniel Verba, the American, that is Nicholas Moyes, and Colby Patterson from Britain out of grid 36. Ratajski, 5.13, Nani, 5.04. The 60-minute final here at FRANCIACORTA. We race. Ratajski, P1, and wins the starters. Jano Pujol makes it a French 1-2 in the opening stages of the 60-minute final. Nani has missed the start. He's back into P5. Mason rockets on by. Robertson up into P4. Stan. Aggression from the Frenchman in the early stages of this race. Fighting with Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who did make an initial good getaway, 5.01 now with the Kiddix driver performance team. But you see Jano Pujol, the French drivers, trade positions, different teams, fierce rivalry. And as Jano Pujol, de la Sud de la France, dans la tête de la course. Left of your screen, an incident with Tiberius Muller, who walks away, he's out. Coming together with, it looks like, Teo Pelfrenet. Muller's teammate, Pujol, leads. Leaves the door open though, and Ratajski races down the inside. Robertson follows him on through. Team Baby Race, first and second place. Pujol back to third. Javi Lazzaru up into P4 at the moment, the provisional championship leader. In this, the fourth of 5 rounds for 2025. Driving for the 5-time world champion, Danilo Rossi took that sensational victory at Sarno. Closes up on the back of Pujol, who runs out of road. has to go wide in order to avoid the Scotsman from Barcelona, Mason Robertson. Pujol defends. Lazaro says no problem around the outside. Cuts back and the baby race duo will pull away ever so slightly as Lazaro and Pujol fight. Back to Pericol, who's had a quiet weekend by his own lofty standards. The team driver ahead of Nani, Lumets, LDP, Shalitze, Henry Mooring in P10. Pericol starting to catch up to the back of Xavi Lazaro. Cross the line in position 1 at Lonato. That race result is still under appeal as Pujol slips down the inside. Robertson back to 4. Now under attack from Pericol. Ratashki leads. Pericol will send it here. Robertson defends. Lazaro gets a good exit. Right on the back of the Vortex powered Tony Kart is the driver from the very west of Portugal, the very western tip of Europe, in fact. The Portuguese Cup champion up the inside of standers. Jean Pujol goes on through trying to win. Again here at FRANCIACORTA. You saw Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio going very wide off the circuit, in fact, coming onto the straight a few moments ago. LDP only lost a position. Guess who's behind him? Elton Head Force has come from a mile back. He's up in P11. Head Force is flying. His father watching on from the other side of the world down in South America. Mate, it's worth getting up for because your boy is now inside the top 10. There's Elton in the background. Head Force, what a drive. As Lazaro goes on through to take the race lead. The French drivers second and third. It is on in the 60 mini final here at FRANCIACORTA. White line from Lazaro, throws it on through. The Vortex powered Tony Kart in second place. Ratashki third. Again a wide line from Lazaro trying to break clear and praying that the two French drivers, along with Robertson, Pericol, Nani, Shalitze fight and he can pull away. Half race distance, the 60 mini final. Ratashki up the inside. Pujol, massive crash. Robertson into the back of Pujol. A complete 360. Robertson's out of it. Also Nani involved in that. We stay green for the moment. The drivers are fine. We've lost Robertson, Nani. Lazaro leads. Wow. The second half of the final is now a fight between the drivers from Portugal and France. Lazaro, Ratashki, Pujol still there in P3. Shalitze loses the place to Antonio Yanni. That's an outstanding drive so far in the first half of the race. The Ward Racing driver from grid 16 is now a step off the podium. Gardzelich's kart abandoned in the background. He's also retired. Into the hotel hairpin. It was shaping up and ultimately it did happen. A crash at the top of the hill. Spreading the field. Yanni's in third. What a drive from Antonio. Head of Pujol, Williams, Lumets, LDP, Shalitze and DDF. Davide Di Filippo, the second generation racer, the Roman from grid 28. Would you believe there's a chance of the podium? He's in ninth place. Lazaro continues to lead. Stan Ratashki, WSK Open Series champion, winning that title at La Conca last year, looks behind him. He doesn't need to. He'll be able to hear the IAME-powered Paralympic. He'll be able to sense it out of the peripheral vision of his visor. He's had 7 WSK podiums. Xavi Lazaro, only one on the top step. That was at Sano. potentially another victory here in WSK this afternoon. 2021 Portuguese Cup champion. The same year his father Vasco took that title in KZ2. Victory at Sano, driving for the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. Rataki just shadowing him for Team Baby Race. Lumets is now third. From Yanni, LDP, Case Moyes, Williams, Godun, Ria in P10. Davide Di Filippo, a chance of the podium. Not anymore. He's fallen right down the order. And now outside the top 20. We concentrate on the battle for the lead. Lazaro trying to take his second WSK victory, the penultimate lap of the 60 Mini Group 3 final. The fight for third in the background. Lumets just being passed by Jean Pujol, the French drivers, second and third. Javi Lazaro from Portugal with the race lead. Down into turn 5. The attack will come from Stan Ratashki. It's just a matter of where and when. The kart's as wide as the ripple strip, sends it down the inside. Nobody but Stan was expecting that. Into the right-hander where nobody normally passes, but Stan does. Superb move, the Frenchman leads. Goes to his right, White lines it. Side by side as they come out of the hotel hairpin. Did he play his cards too early? Yes, they are playing cards. They are gambling, pun intended. Not for the future, but for the victory. Here this afternoon, this is the last lap. Did he make that move too early? It was outstanding. Over the ripple strip, Lazaro. Can he make it? He's gone on through. Superb from the Portuguese pilot. What a pass from Javi Lazaro. Watch him defend. Into that corner, not this time. Into the left-hander, here's an opportunity. He looks back, looks right, hugs the ripple strip. The track is 10 metres wide. Watch him white line it. He'll go to his right, to your left. Stan shadows him. Pulls to the outside. Javi does likewise. Into the final corner. Lazaro will win. Out of the final corner, the checkered flag. Javi Lazaro takes his second victory in WSK for the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. Ratashki's second, Case Moyes comes home in P3. Moyes for the Spino Project racing team of Marino Spinozzi on the podium. What a drive. The Dutchman home in P3 in the energy kart. Javi Lazaro takes his second victory in WSK, and the Portuguese driver takes a 76-point lead into the final in Viterbo in 2 weeks' time. The highlights of the start of the race. Nani missing the start from the outside front row of the grid. Jean Pujol goes up onto the inside, and then there's the crash, which eliminated half a dozen of the front runners. An outstanding move by Stan Ratashki, but maybe played his cards a lap too early. Yes, pun intended. They got the last lap board just centimetres apart. Then this move over the ripple strip, spectacular from Lazaro. And he went on to take his second victory in WSK. Lazaro wins, Ratashki second, Case Moyes van the Netherlands on the podium in third place. LDP in P4, Lumets, Yanni, Williams, Godun, Il Bergamaschino, it was not his day, Pedigal, and Achille Ria, who came from grid 24 to finish in P10. So many what-if stories as we go down the page. Noviello, Vega, Kosheva, Nani, Lindemann, Muller, they all retired. But an incident eliminating Robertson, Pujol, Pelfrenet, and Leon Chalitzi as well in 27th place. They'll be celebrating in Portugal. The Danilo Rossi racing car team take victory here. Javi Lazaro from Portugal will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
We still got a few more days to I wonder what went wrong today. Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say the words to remember.
For another thrilling 60-minute Group 3 final. In third place, van the Netherlands, Kees Muis. Second place from France, Stan Ratajski. From Portugal for the DR Racing Car Team, his second WSK victory, Xavi Lazaro. And representing his own winning team, DR Racing Kart, Danilo Rossi. Signor Luigi Cugno, il sindaco di Castrezzat, the mayor of Castrezzato, will present the third place trophy to Kees Muis van the Netherlands. Second place to the French driver, Stan Ratajski. The winner of round 4, the Supermaster Series for the DR Racing Car Team from Portugal, Xavi Lazaro. And representing his own winning team, DR Racing Kart, Danilo Rossi. The national anthem of Portugal. The podium for round 4, the WSK Supermaster Series. Third place, Kees Muis. Second, Stan Ratajski. And the winner again from Portugal, Xavi Lazaro. The junior final in just a moment, over 14 laps, just over 18 kilometres here at the FRANCIACORTA circuit. Dean Hugendorn, once known as one of the most unlucky drivers in world karting, he has kicked that black cat, or thrown away the ladder, whichever cliche you'd like to use. He's certainly found the luck and the speed, and he starts on pole position in just a moment. The Prema Racing drivers 1-2 on the grid before we race. Let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Beautiful images from Monza Informa for WSK promotion here. OK Junior about to race in just a moment. 80 drivers from around the world, 72 in the two pre-finals this morning. We're down to the final 36, and at the end of the pre-finals and two torturous days of racing, the Prema Racing team 1-2 on the grid. Dean Hugendorn, the championship leader, will start out of grid 1 alongside Noah Baglan. Dean is the championship leader on 278 points from Noah on 183 for the Prema Racing team, who made their debut in the NTT IndyCar World Series last week at St. Pete in Florida. Callum Eilert and Robert Schwartzman, our two former WSK drivers, acquitting themselves extremely well in trying circumstances on the streets of St. Pete in beautiful Florida. Last weekend, the first round of the IndyCar World Series, and now the Prema Racing team 1-2 on the grid. 405 drivers from around the world here, 56 nations represented, 33 accredited photographers and journalists here this weekend for the biggest event in WSK in our 20-year motorsport history. You look at the grid here under cloudy skies, but it's a dry circuit as we get ready to race over 14 laps, the OK Junior Final. Dean is 302, has elected to start from the outside front row of the grid. That is pole position. Noah to the left. The Prema Racing drivers 1-2 on the grid. Round 4 of the WSK Supermasters Series. Denny Drew pushing his driver, Noah Baglan, into life. Has done outstanding work this weekend. World-class mechanic, Denny Drew, for a world-class team. Noah Baglan start out at grid 2. The grid looks like this. Dean the Dutchman on pole position. Noah out of 2. Haile Christian for the Tony Kart Racing team. And Henry out of 4. Bosco for Ricky Fleet Motorsport. The boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzoni, who's won here in the past, out of grid 6. Devon in 311 out of 7. WG out of 8. Iskander the Great out of 9. And Paps, who's been in great form, the German, out of grid 10. Truchot and Billy C, last year's Supermasters Series mini champion. Kalija is alongside the French-American. Luke Tal, who was taken out in spectacular fashion this morning in the pre-final. The La Conca race winner, Michael McCoy. Svoboda, Badeshkin, Mark Pilipenko, Drew. That's Waltz out of 18. Viapiana and Darren Cheng out of grid 20. Asher Rockstein from Florida alongside Mateo Rivals, Lopez, Ripoll, Cocchianella, and Turner, Chico Brown. Van Staveren, Blanco, Miron Lorente, Kutskov. As we get set for a start, we race. Eiley Christian down the inside trying to split the Prema Racing team drivers. Bosco! Vamos! The Spaniard almost takes the lead. But as the Alpine F1 Junior Academy driver from Canada for the Tony Kart Racing team, who's already got an enormous lead in the opening stages of the OK Junior final. Domain goes on through. Henry loses positions, but he's still there. Baglin into second place. Dean from pole position back into P5 with the first of the two Forza Racing drivers breathing down his neck. Look at the lead from Eiley Christian. Dean darts out. Trying to defend from Zulfikari. And also Collegia for the Forza Racing team. Eiley Christian from Baglin. Devon in 3.11 up into P3. And it's Bosco. A gap back to Hugenton. Domain. Pizzonia. Zulfikari. Will Green loses a position off the start. He's ahead of Paps. Khrushchev, McCoy, Collegia, Tal. Bereshkin, the Russian who won here in 2023 in the WSK Euro Series. Fabulous start further back from Turner. Chico Brown, the Californian. Remember the American. He did lead in the final at Sano. That's his teammate in P4. Bosco dives down the inside of 3.11 on Devon. And the Spaniard takes the first of the multiple drivers from the United States of America in the OK Junior final. Pizzonia back in P7 from Zulfikari. Green, Paps, Khrushchev and Collegia. The gap is 0.6 of a second between the Canadian and Noah Baglin from Britain, the first of the two Prema Racing drivers. Devon goes through. Dean bearing down on the back of the boy from Boise, Idaho. Former competitor in the BMX World Championships and now one of the brightest young talents in world motorsport. The problem is he's got the pole setter, he's got the championship leader, he's got the Williams F1 Academy Junior. Dean Hugenton about to make a move. Hugenton from pole position, 3.02. Behind him, Domain almost off the road. Knows that was a slight error. Oh, menino! Do Brazil! Pizzonia tries to capitalize. Devon! That's how you defend, by attacking the driver in front. Bosco! Now Waltz puts the Spaniard between himself and Dean the Dutchman, who just goes fastest. Domain, Pizzonia, Zulfikari, Green, Pabst and Collegia ahead of Luke Tal. .36 starters in the junior final, 36 still in the race. We watch Dean down the back straight, just glances back over his shoulder to Henry in 3.30 for Forza Racing. The gap was over 1 second in the opening stages of this OK Junior final. It's down to 4/10 as Zulfikari puts in a 48.299. The Turk from Istanbul goes fastest. Hugenton needs to do something quickly. He is the championship leader. He won the last 2 rounds of the championship. At the moment, he's not even on the podium. Eiley Christian finished P3 last time out. As Devon dives down the inside, and the Kart Republic's trade positions. Costly, that did not work for the American. Noah looks back to say, what are you doing? Dean goes on through. They're both losing time to the Canadian. Eiley Christian, who's had blistering speed throughout the start of 2025. Not the luck, not the strategy, but boy, he's got a victory in sight here this afternoon. The Alpine F1 Academy Junior for the Tony Kart Racing team. Devon dive down the inside. And the boy from Boise, Idaho in the United States of America, now up into second place. Hugenton on the back of his teammates. Waltz in second. Eiley Christian for the Tony Kart Racing team. The Racer 401 T-chassis powered by the Vortex with a lead of half a second. Perfect drive so far from the Canadian. The field start to bunch up. There's Will Green down the inside. Takes Collegia, who was briefly up into P9. Luke Tal for victory lane, just outside the top 10. He's quick as well. Collegia with a 48.111 despite that moment. Goes purple, does the Australian. The gap still half a second. Eiley Christian. Back to Devon Waltz, the North Americans from the Brits. Noah Baglin, and then Dean the Dutchman. Bosco Arias, after that super start for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, has fallen back to P6. He's still in this, being caught slightly by Pizzonia, who won here in 2023. The second generation racer. One of multiple second generation racers. We'll get back to him in a moment. As Dean down the inside of his teammate, Hugendorn goes on through. Henry splits the Prema Racing Team drivers. Domain on the back of Dean. Antonio Pizzonia Jr., son of Antonio Pizzonia Sr., watching on live. Former Jaguar Williams Formula One driver as Bosco Arias goes on through on Baglin. The second generation racers, Ella Hakkinen, son of Mika Racing. Antonio. We saw Johan Berger, son of Gerhard. Beko Bernaldi, Robin Raikkonen, and Louis Cochet, son of Prost, F1 Grand Prix driver. Louis Cochet, multiple second generation Formula One drivers racing this weekend. Speaking of which, we can also include Will Green in that group. His father, Jamie, one-time Mercedes Formula One Grand Prix test driver, DTM race winner. Jamie going on through, now up into Will going on through, now up into P8. Second Williams F1 Academy Junior, the first of which is Dean in third place. Being attacked though from Domain, who looks quick here. Henry, 330, back to Bosco. Another second generation racer. Devon down the inside. Waltz dances on through to take the lead in the OK Junior final here at Franciacorta. Waltz was having to defend earlier on in the race. The best defense is attack. He's done exactly that. And the two North Americans trade positions. Waltz from the United States leads the Canadian, who's come so close. We know he's quick. Has he got the tactics, the strategy? He's certainly got the speed to respond. Has to get by Devon Waltz. Still Collegia with a 48.047. He's down in 11th, but has put in the fastest lap of the race. That's been the story of his weekend. Baglin back behind Domain, the two Brits. Defending down into the hotel hairpin. Watch Bosco as they fight. The two North Americans pull away. Different teams, different countries, in fact. United States 1. Eiley Christian from Canada in P2. Dean, third place at the moment, would still take the championship lead to Viterbo in 7 days' time. Quite a distance back from Bosco Arias to Will Green. Devon Waltz can take victory here for the Kart Republic team this afternoon. Eiley Christian. The gap to almost 0.3 of a second. We'll check it this time as they flash across the line at 121 kilometers an hour. 125, in fact, for Bosco Arias, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. 3 laps remaining, including this one. That's 3.9 kilometers, approximately 2 miles for our friends watching on live in the United States of America. The Prema drivers started 1-2 on the grid. Currently, they're 3 and 5, split by Henry for the Forza Racing team. Domain, 330. They all glance back over their right shoulder, having to defend. Will Green in the background, actually a chance of catching this group and fighting for the podium. He is a distance back, but the fight is getting ragged. Penultimate lap of the race. Baglin down the inside. Superb from Noah. Goes on through. Henry still stuck in P4. Hugendorn now falls off the podium, needs to think about the championship. Going into next week's final at the Leopard International Circuit in Viterbo, north of the eternal city of Rome. Here comes the attack from Aili Christian. He's about to line up Devon in 3:11. Green in the background trying to drag himself into this battle for his second WSK podium, last lap next time round. They're side by side as they come across the line. Aili Christian, how did he do that? Superb from the Canadian. What a move! Vortex versus Iami. And it was the green machine that won out that time. Sideways out of turn 2 from Devon Waltz. Has he thrown away victory? That was a spectacular move, a long time coming for Aili Christian. The gap out to 0.4 of a second. He's come so close. He started the final at Le Conquer on pole position a day after he was announced as a member of the Alpine F1 Junior Academy, driving for the Tony Kart Racing Team, the newly homologated Racer 401T chassis. One corner to defend. In the background, Henry on the back of Noah. The checkered flag waves. Finally, the Canadian wins. Aili Christian takes victory here at FRANCIACORTA in the WSK Supermasters Series. Devon in second, Baglin, the first Brit home, stands on the podium in third place. A fantastic move on the penultimate lap of the race around the outside of the final corner where you cannot pass, but Aili showed courage, goes through to take victory. The Prema Racing drivers starting on the front row of the grid as we take a look at the highlights from the junior final. A superstar from Bosco, who was initially up into third place. Waltz going by and take firstly Baglin, and then took the lead away from Aili Christian. A super move on the penultimate lap of the race. He's come so close, and Aili Christian takes his first OK Junior victory in WSK to win it for the Tony Kart Racing Team. From Canada, he takes victory. Waltz from the United States in second, and Baglin for the Prema Racing Team third. Domain, head of Bosco Adias, Dean Hugendorn, still championship leader, home in 6th. Good drive all week from Will Green once again via Piana. Collegia P9, some consolation for the Australian with a 48.047, fastest lap of the race. Just the 3 retirements, Ilya Bereshkin, Kasper Reipold and Daniel Miron Lorente as we turn the page. Coquinella, Drew Waltz finishing in 32. Ramek Sumchik's the final driver to take the checkered flag. Stay with us on WSK.IT. Aili Christian for the Tony Kart Racing Team from Canada finally stands on the top step of the podium. The trophy presentation live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. The podium for the OK Junior Final here at FRANCIACORTA. Starting on the front row of the grid, comes home on the podium from Great Britain for the Prema Racing Team, Noah Baglan. Second place from the United States of America for the Kart Republic team in 3:11, it's Devon Waltz. He stood on the podium in the past, not on the top step. This time, he takes position 1. The Alpine F1 Academy junior driver from Canada for the Tony Kart Racing Team wins here at FRANCIACORTA. This is Aili Christian! And representing the winning Tony Kart Racing Team, the 6-time WSK champion, Marco Ardigo. Signor Valerio Fogliarta, assessore urbanistica comune di Castellezzat, the urban planning, will present the third place trophy to Noah Baglan. Signor Valerio Fogliarta will present the second place trophy also to Devon Waltz. From Canada, the winner of round 4 of the Supermaster Series for the Tony Kart Racing Team, the Alpine F1 Academy Junior, Aili Christian! And representing the winning Tony Kart Racing Team, the 6-time WSK champion, 3-time world champion, Marco Ardigo. The national anthem of Canada. The podium for the OK Junior Final, third place Noah Baglan, second Devon Waltz, and finally taking victory for the Tony Kart Racing Team, Aili Christian. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the OK Final live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. Here at FRANCIACORTA, we work our way through the afternoon. Halfway point, Il Giro di Boa. After 3 finals, 3 still to race. Starting with OK, Christian Costoya on pole position. Let's firstly check out what has happened so far this week. Round 4 of the Supermaster Series here at FRANCIACORTA. 76 drivers from around the world in the OK category. We're down to the final 36. You can see the driver from Sepulvedra in the northwest of Spain, Cristian Costoya, to the left of your screen. To start on pole position in just a few moments' time. The 18-lap OK original kart direct drive final. To the right, Jindrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team. Championship leader, Dries van Langendonk. There is the McLaren Junior, former junior world champion for the Prema Racing team. Starting just a little bit further back, inside fourth row. The 1 minute board goes up. We look out also for Zach Drummond, who has won 2 out of 3 rounds so far in 2025. We'll bring you up to date with the virtual point score throughout this 18-lap final here at FRANCIACORTA, thankfully on a dry circuit. Cristian Costoya for the Paralin Motorsport team starting on pole position alongside the driver for the Tony Kart Racing team from the Czech Republic, 2022 Supermaster Series champion, JP, it's Jindrik Peschel. Bottas Wyszeny from Poland for the KRZ Motorsport team out of grid 2. Jakub Michaliev from Malta, potentially his biggest victory this afternoon if he can pull off a win from grid 4. RK, the fastest qualifier for Rick Kiflin Motorsport, that's coming up. Sala, DVL, Bottaro, Martinez, watch JT out of grid 10 off the start. Aksoy, who finished third in the pre-final this morning, Kaczynski, Gino Rocchio, Vladimir Ivanikov, watch Chiara Batic, she's been brilliant all weekend. Starting alongside Zach Drummond, Werrell, Nielsen, Pedersen, Rocco Coronel, Louis Cochet, Scott Marsh, the 2 Australians together, Lewis Francis and James Anagnostiadis, Voda, Savalev, Kenzo Craigie, Casey, the reigning junior world champion, Shinmark, Pavan, Min, Zach Green, Jensen Burnett, a DNF this morning, Krutagolov, Pradir, Rasmussen and Noah Wolf. Costoya to the left of your screen, no start. Now race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, raises the right index finger. One more time, boys and girls. Dries van Langendonk, the championship leader on 306 points. Costoya 245 and Zach Drummond 191 points. Drivers to watch out for, obviously Zach Drummond out of grid 16. The Glaswegian starting alongside Chiara Batic, she has been brilliant. You talk about potential. The whole world, let's be honest, is looking for a future female Formula One star. Remember the name Chiara Batic. She has been brilliant. There she is going through for the victory lane team of Nico Martins, whose brother Victor taking victory in Sydney, Australia in the Race of Champions overnight, together with the legendary Sebastian Loeb. Victor, our former WSK driver, to race in the first round of the Formula 2 World Championship next week in Melbourne at Albert Park. In fact, most of the grid in Formula 2, Formula 3 and Formula 1 are former WSK drivers, including Victor, who took victory in the Race of Champions in Sydney overnight. Costoya to the left of your screen on pole. We race. Bottas Wyszeny slots up into second place. The pole from the Czech, but it's the Spaniard who leads. Great start from Filippo Sala, who goes around the outside, almost goes from fourth to second. Bottas Wyszeny for the KRZ Motorsport team, the all-and-back TM-powered Kart Republic, up into second place. Dries van Langendonk behind Jakub Michaliev, but Costoya already with a nice lead as they go down the back straight for the first time. An incident in the background for Rocco Coronel, Wojciech Voda as well, and Zach Green. Costoya at the end of lap 1 of 18 with a lead of almost 1 second. They race across the line at 130 kilometers an hour, 131 for Roman Kamyab as JP just smashes over the ripple strip down the hill out of turn 4. Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team on the back of Wyszeny, and it's Sala, Michaliev, Martinez, Van Langendonk, Kamyab, Aksoy, JT remarkably started out at P10, and the 2022 Supermaster Series champion is still there in 10th place. Ahead of Rocchio, Kaczynski, Botaro, and the two-time race winner so far in 2025, Zach Drummond. Peschel down the inside of Wisheni for second place. Sala, the Sano race winner in P4 for the Forza Racing team. Just behind is Mikhailov. Martinez, Dries Van Langendonk. Here's the McLaren Jr. coming under pressure from Roman Kamyab, Alpak Soy, and Joseph Turney. The gap just under a second. The Paralin from the Tony Kart with the TM Powered Kart Republic, the all-in-backed KRZ Motorsport team driver. The team from Poland, the driver from Poland, Bottas, Wisheni in third place. Mikhailov, defense from Jacobo Martinez, Kamyab down the inside. RK takes threes. Van Langendonk falls back to 8th as Turney goes by Aksoy. Peschel cuts the gap down 0.2 of a second, pulls away from Bottas so slightly, closing in on the back of Christian Kostoja. GF Hartune, TM Paralin for the Spaniard, who throws it into the right-hander. Spectacular from the all-road management driver. Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team. There's Sala. Martinez there behind Mikhailov. The rest of the field poured down the back straight. The first quarter, approximately, of this 18-lap final. There's Dries Van Langendonk, now down to 9, being passed by Turney, defending from Rocchio, Aksoy, and Elliot Kaczynski. Drummond only up into 14. Unlikely the Fusion Motorsport driver will win today. He's actually dropped to 5th in the series. The live update, 198 points to Drummond, Kostoja 325 to Van Langendonk on 321. That will change. So we move into the second half of the race. Sala sends it down the inside. The pole falls off the podium. Filippo says to Bottas, let's go for it, mate. They're pulling away. Il Trentino closes in on the back of Jindri Peschel. Paralin first. OTK 1 and 2. Sorry, 2 and 3. TM from Vortex. TM first and third. In simple terms, it's a Paralin from a Tony Kart. And the TM Powered Xpree, Forza Racing of the Sano race winner in third. Peschel, the gap was almost 1 second. He's cut it right down to Christian Kostoja. The Tony Kart team, well, questions were being asked in the paddock at the end of 2024. They did not finish last year well, but wow, have they come out firing. The Vortex on the newly homologated Racer 401T chassis. It is a missile. They've already won in OK Junior. They're second in OK Senior. And their Czech driver has caught up to the back of the Spaniard, who leads the race for the Paralin Motorsport team. Down into turn 5. Sala trying to catch up and drag himself into this battle and become a 2-time race winner in the Supermaster Series for 2025. Is Martinez from Kamyab, Turney, Van Langendonk, Rocchio, and Jakub Mikhailov. Kenzo Craigie from near on the back of the grid. KC, one of the multiple Mercedes AMG Junior drivers here this weekend. First race for the reigning Junior World Champion. From 27th, is up into 16th place. Prema Racing driver there coming onto the straight. Ahead of Ivanikov, Wolf, Anagnostiadis, also Mercedes F1 Junior. Recent day together with Luna, James Anagnostiadis, Ethan Jeff Hall, and of course Andrea Kimi will make his Formula One debut in Melbourne in 7 days' time. Of course, Andrea Antonelli, our 2019 WSK Supermaster Series champion. that day at Wilton Mill. Test day with the Mercedes-AMG team, but this is Kenzo's first race of 2025. KC from the back of the grid, on the back of Aksoy, his Prema Racing teammate, and the American, Dean Pedersen. The second half of the OK final. Bottaro, P11 with a 46.632, still the fastest on circuit. Bottas Wisheni, P4 at the moment. Peschel goes wide, Sala senses his opportunity, fires it down the inside, defense from the Czech. That was costly for both of them. Kostoya almost stands up in the seat as he pushes the left brake pedal through the floor, using his body weight to slow it up into the pit, the hotel hairpin. The Paralin Le Mans and Invader chassis as Bottaro with another purple lap. Slight error from Yindri Peschel. We saw that in the pre-final. Spectacular as he used every piece of the ripple strip on the exit in this corner right here. A tighter line this time. You can be guaranteed. Yeah, only halfway over it. Sala, Wisheni and Jacopo Martinez. There's Van Langendonk turning Rocky Bottaro, Mikalev. Kaczynski, that was Zach Drummond going through. Only in 13th place is the Glaswegian. Into the second half of the OK final. A purple sector that time from Kostoya. There's Ivanikov across the line from Wolf. Noah from the back of the grid. Noah Lupo up into 17th from grid 36. In fact, he's just gone by both Mercedes-AMG juniors, Kenzo Craigie and James Anagnostiadis. Great drive from Noah for the Van Amersfoort Racing team with Birolart. Birolart, of course, winning the Supermaster Series in 2024 in OK with the Belgian Ian Eichmans. Dries van Langendonk, still the championship leader at this point going into Viterbo. In 7 days' time, the orange McLaren Prema Kart Republic in P7 from Joe Turney. The gap 0.3 of a second. JP too far back to attack. Martinez is closing in on the back of Bottas Wisheni. KRZ Motorsport all in back from Poland. The team from Poland, the driver from Poland. At the moment, just a step off the podium. Bottas has been brilliant, but he's got the two-time WSK champion breathing down his neck. Here comes Jacopo Martinez. Martinez sends it down the inside. A late move from the Italian. Superb from Martinez. From a mile back, he just fired it down the inside. Martinez goes by and takes Bottas for P4. We'll see what the Italian can do now in the Chetila Kart Republic. Down into turn 5, jumping out of the seat. 41, almost 42 horsepower. That's not an exaggeration. That's direct from the dyno sheets from various engine tuners and manufacturers. 41.8, the quickest we've personally seen, as Jensen with a 46.606. Down in 22nd position behind Lewis Werrell, but just goes purple. That's his teammate Sala in third for Forza Racing. Super move from Martinez a lap ago. Kostoya, though, controlling the pace. 5 laps to race, including this one. The OK final, round 4, the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series here at Franciacorta. The Paralin in the lead, OTK 2 and 3. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart leading the Matchak Tune TM-powered X-Prix chassis of Sala. Here's an opportunity. Watch Filippo. Will he send it into the left-hander? Too far back. Horsepower from the Vortex and from the TMs running 1 and 3. Maximum rear track, 1400 millimeters. Third bearing out. 7-8 degrees of negative camber. Tyre pressures barely half a bar. That's only 7 or 8 PSI. 1275 gearing, equating to 132 kilometres an hour. Damn quick for these OK direct drive karts. Kostoya's looking good though, as Vladimir Ivanikov with a 46.5 goes fastest. The dying stages, Sala driving the wheels off the Forza racing cart. Down the back straight, reaches the mixture on the Vortex engine, does Jindřich Pešel. One final crack at the back of Christian. Head down behind the steering wheel. A lot of talk about aerodynamics in recent times. That's the most effective. Driving blind at 127 k's an hour that time. Davide Bottaro, 133 that time across the line. Ivanikov, another purple sector. He's behind Aksoy in 15th place. 3 laps remaining in this one. Kostoya has driven perfectly. He moves to second in the series. Behind Dries van Langedonk, who's 8th on the road. It's a recovery mission for the Belgian. Pešel having to defend though. That gives Kostoya breathing space surely. Sala to send it into turn 2. Watch the Czech defend. Filippo Sala cuts back. JP defends. They lose the lead to Christian Kostoya on the penultimate lap of the final. The gap almost back out to 1 second. Sala to send it into second place. You know the move is coming up. Into the left-hander coming down the hill. Here comes Filippo. JP defends. Not this time. Into the hotel hairpin. Pešel will white line at Kostoya. Surely on his way to victory. Sala looks back. JP looks right. Skates under brakes. The gap is out to 1 second. L'ultima vuelta para Christian Kostoya. Pešel staring at the Italian. On the outside, cuts back on the inside. Sala on the back of Pešel. Kostoya on his way to victory in round 4 of the Supermaster Series. Watch the cutback. Sala sends it to second place. He's done it. Now Pešel has to defend from Jacopo Martinez. A brilliant drive from the Italians. Pešel falls off the podium. Martinez is through. Kostoya will win round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Christian Kostoya for the Paralympic Motorsport team as Martinez defends. Comes out of the final corner. That checkered flag waves. Christian Kostoya wins here at FRANCIACORTA round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Sala second, Martinez third. The Czech from the pole, Pešel 4 from Boris Wischeny, and Roman Kamyava, after setting the track alight in qualifying what could have been for the Brit, comes home in P6. Kostoya takes victory here at FRANCIACORTA. The highlights of the OK final, Christian Kostoya, who started from pole position. A perfect getaway. Jindřich Pešel going by and taking Boris Wischeny. This was a moment where Sala tried to go through initially to second place on Jindřich Pešel. It didn't work. They both lost time. Martinez was carving his way through the field after not the best start. JP trying to defend. They went side by side around the final corner. Kostoya ultimately going on to win by nearly 2 seconds. Watch this. Up the inside, the cutback. Superb from Philip Hall. Pešel over the ripple strip. Missing the podium by 0.08 of a second. Kostoya takes victory and wins here at FRANCIACORTA, round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Sala second, Martinez third on the last lap of the race. Dries van Langedonk is still the championship leader, going to Viterbo in 7 days' time. Kostoya, Christian from Spain takes victory for the Paralympic Motorsport team. Sala, a deserved second, and moves up to third in the series. Martinez Pešel will be so disappointed to miss the podium. Boris Wischeny, likewise for Kamyab in 6th, after a brilliant performance for RFM all weekend. Bottaro van Langedonk still is the championship leader, Turney, and Gino Rocchio for the Monster K Factory team. Heads home Mikalev in P10. Kaczynski, Zach, it was not the Scotsman's afternoon. Pedersen, Ivanikov. Some consolation, he takes the fastest lap of the race. A 46.512 that comes home P15. Stay with us on WSK.IT. Christian Kostoya will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
Final here this afternoon. The two Italians taking the bottom step of the podium in the final few laps. No doubt about the winner, but we'll get to him in just a moment. In third place, the Italian for Czech Republic, Jacopo Martinez. A sensational pass on the penultimate lap of the race for Forza Racing. Also the Italian P2, Filippo Sala. From pole position for the Paralin Motorsport team, a dominant and deserved victor here this afternoon. The winner of round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series from Spain. Let's hear a huge round of applause for the winner, Cristian Costoya! And Ivano Gotin representing the winning team, Paralin Motorsport. Signor Valerio Fogliarta, Assessore Urbanistica, Comune di Castellezzat, will present the third place trophy to Jacopo Martinez. Second place to the Italian for Forza Racing, Filippo Sala. And from Spain for Paralin Motorsport, the winner of round 4 of the Supermaster Series, Cristian Costoya. And Ivano Gotin representing Paralin Motorsport. The national anthem of Spain. The podium for round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Third place, Jacopo Martinez. Second, Filippo Sala. And the winner from Spain for Paralin, Cristian Costoya. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the OKN Junior Final, live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment.
Two-thirds of the afternoon raced here and two finals remaining. Firstly for OKN Junior. Then we finish out the day here at FRANCIACORTA under cloudy skies for the moment with KZ2. Mani Duvellini, the second generation racer, will start on pole position. Let's check out the highlights from this week at FRANCIACORTA to see how the Frenchman did it. That is Mani Novellini to the left of your circuit, the second generation racer. His father, Stephen, racing up until only a few years ago. Former Formula A driver in international CIK championships, racing in the European World Championships, also a top 10 finish in the Monaco Kart Cup back in 2002. That is Mani's father, Stephen. Mani now one of the multiple Mercedes AMG juniors announced in the last few days. Novellini to the left of your screen. Prema Racing, 714 on pole position. Mercedes juniors announced just this week, in fact. Ethan Jeff Hall, of course. James Anagnostiadis, Kenzo Craigie, who just raced in OK, as did Luna Fluxa. Mani Novellini is one of them as well, as quite a few others that are racing here this weekend. The mentioned drivers competing here in round 4 of the Supermaster Series. Aries Duele, Gypsy to the right of your screen, Girardello. 14 laps, the original kart national, OKNJ. Final here this afternoon. Nicola Stanley taking victory at Lonato 2 weeks ago, but there is Helmut Rileño starting way back on grid 22, about to do the traditional 100cc run and jump. There is Nicola behind the wheel of the 720 MP Motorsport Gamoto Henza kart. This is the grid. Novellini on pole position for the Prema Racing team. Girardello out of grid 2. Rocco, the Canadian. And Michele Orlando out of grid 4. Then come the Ukrainians, Legenki and Seva. Thomas Chikorachki, Sebastian Rydell, the German. And the Chinese-French driver Zach Zhu alongside Noia Staciones, the Lithuanian, who could spring a surprise here this afternoon for the Modena Kart team out of 10. Nikita Bote, the third Ukrainian, the first of the Zvadic brothers out of 12. Zhe, Tama, Ivan Aman for Innovate Competition. Lucas Palacio, the American who's racing heavily medicated with a high fever this weekend. He is the championship leader. Head of Veteranranta, Polycam, Blandino, Feligione, Mason, the South African, Nicola Stanley out of 22. Dondi, Ochepa, Bal, Rovelli, Blaszczewski, Gorski, Fomichev, Vittoria Farfus, the Iron Dame, Manikan, Markinen, Sanchez, Brella, Cacefiero, and Joelle Carrera. We race. Mani Novellini immediately looks left, looks right. The French driver takes P1 as Rocco Simone in 727 flies up into second place. Clean start for the OKN Junior Final. Girardello up into P3. Novellini leads and pulling away in the early stages for the Prema Racing team. There's Orlando going through. The Sano race winner, who's currently third in the championship. They go down the back straight for the first time. Look at the lead from Mani Novellini at the moment. Nice repass down the inside. Girardello wasting no time. After losing one position off the start, goes back to P2. Orlando follows him through. And then it's the former WSK Champions Cup champion from Ukraine for team driver Alexander Legenki. Lucas Palacio, the championship leader, 7-11, second in the rain 2 weeks ago at Lonato. Victory earlier on in the season. Is in P14, heavily medicated, running a high fever, in agony. But the American from Washington is tough, needs to protect what was a championship lead coming into this, the penultimate round of the Supermaster Series. Lucas in 7-11, currently ahead of Ochepa and Tama. Legenki down the inside, takes Orlando for P3. Nice pass by the team driver. Noia Staciones for the Modena Kart team. The Lithuanian, there he is going through in P8. Great start from Cacefiero, who's up to 24 behind Vittoria Farfus in 23. Nicola Stanley only up a few positions off the start. The Lonato race winner. Still down in 18th place behind Otta Veteranranta and the CS55 kart. Move down the inside. Zach Xu goes on through for LA Motorsport. The French-Chinese driver, 725, moves up to 6. Staciones follows him through. There's Orlando, racing for the 5-time world champion, Danilo Rossi. First world title for Danilo back at Jesolo in 1990. His last when he held off the great Alessandro Manetti. As you know, his penultimate, that was in 97 in Salbris, and of course, the infamous finish at Marienburg in 1999. Sorry, Ronnie. And Ronnie. Danilo going sailing on through to take his 5th and final world title before a couple of years in Formula 3000. P3 is his driver, Michele Orlando. They're both catching up. They're all catching up, in fact, to Novellini. 48.719 for Orlando in the Modena engine. DR kart. There's Stanley going through. Nicola only up into 17th. Otto Veteranranta is behind the American-born Spaniard. Sorry, that's not right. The Spanish-born American. Nicola, 720. The American from Madrid. How's that? The Gamoto team driver. They've caught up to Manny Novellini as we approach half-race distance. In a lap or two's time, we start lap 6 of 14. Legenki, fastest lap, glued right to the back of Orlando. The first 4 now being caught also by Rocco Simone. And also a little bit further back, Neue Stationes. Seva, Osachi Suslovski, what to drive from Christian Blandino. The Sicilian who took pole position on Friday for the Galazzo Satiras racing team has come from 19th to be in position 8. He is absolutely flying. A DNF in the pre-final has cost him grid position as Orlando dives down the inside and takes Gypsy Girardello. And Legenki follows him through. Breathing space for Manny Novellini. Palacio still in P13. Novellini, who's led from the outset, goes wide. Orlando too far back to capitalize. For the moment, the French driver from the Italian with the Ukrainian in third. It is on. They are all starting to catch many. Blandino in the background. Fires it down the inside of Seva. The second of the 3 Ukrainians. What a drive from the Sicilian. The Galazzo Satiros racing team driver anxiously looking forward to the opening of the new 1.3 kilometer Sparta International Circuit on the outskirts of Athens in Greece. The team from Greece with the Sicilian driver who took pole position is charging. As it stands, Orlando in P2 would take the championship lead to Viterbo in 7 days' time, but Rocco Simone now behind Legenki and Girardello. They trade positions. The Canadian trying to change that. The second half of the OKM Junior Final, Manny Novellini under immense pressure has led from the outset. Legenki still the fastest on circuit with a 48.441. Alexander, the 2023 WSK Champions Cup champion. Orlando in second place. Look how deep Legenki goes under brakes. The team driver closes right up to the back of the Modena-powered DR kart. Purple sector from Legenki. Blandino, what a drive from 19th. There is the Sicilian. He'd just gone by and taken Seva and now closes in on the back of Neue Stationes and Rocco Simone. Legenki down the inside of Orlando. championship implications as well as that move. Mani Novellini under pressure, but has not relinquished the lead so far from pole position. The newly announced Prema Mercedes-AMG Junior, last year's Asian champion, last year's French champion, international champion as well. The Mercedes-AMG Junior, now with the former WSK Champions Cup champion right behind him. Orlando, P3, 251 points to Palacio on 237. And Novellini, 195, moves into championship contention, going to the Leopard International Circuit at Viterbo in 7 days' time. Lucas Palacio, incidentally, in 13th place. Legenki down the inside. The team driver goes down P1. Nice pass by the Ukrainian. Novellini back to second for the first time this afternoon. Novellini tries to fight back. The Prema Mercedes-AMG Junior behind the team driver. Both in IAME-powered kart republics. There's Girardello, the TM-powered Paralin. Simone, Orlando, Staciones and Blandino. An exceptional drive from Christian, the IAME-powered Lando Norris kart. Novellini has a think about it. They need to be careful here, or someone will end up in the wall. They sense the desperation. Novellini defends. Girardello pushes the French driver down into the hotel hairpin. The lead starting to open up from Legenki. Blandino senses a podium. What a drive from Christian. Fires it down the inside. Blandino bravissimo. Driving for the Greek GSR team, Blandino is now sensing a podium from, if you don't mind, grid 19 this afternoon. Outstanding from the Italian. The Lando Norris kart on the back of Orlando. He covers it off. 727, it's Rocco Simone. Neuer Staciones just behind. Two laps to race. 2.6 kilometers here. This FRANCIACORTA circuit. You know it's going to come down to the final few corners. Gypsy in second place. Legenki leads. Closes in into turn 5. Went very deep under brakes in the Paralin. Looking for their second victory of the afternoon. Round 4, the WSK Supermaster Series here at FRANCIACORTA. Novellini back into P3. After dominating the first half of the race, Gypsy sends it. Girardello slips down the inside, and the Italian goes P1. The Ukrainian back to second. Runs into the back of him, not once, not twice. Almost sent him off into the grass as they come across the line to start the last lap of the race. Stand by, it is on. Novellini shoots to the outside. Watch, Money cut back. Girardello slides wide. You know he'll white line it into turn 5. Novellini defending from Simone, Orlando and Blandino. Blandino on the outside of Orlando, but runs out of road. Legenki for team driver on the back of Duele Gypsy. What a race this afternoon. On the inside, gets out of the throttle slightly. Girardello, what a defensive masterclass. Runs wide, he will white line it. Watch him go to his right, to your left, as they race down the back straight. Novellini on the outside will try and cut back. Novellini down the inside. Gypsy Girardello. Duele wins round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. How did he do that? Novellini second, Legenki third. What a race in the OKN Junior Final. Duele Gypsy Girardello takes victory here at FRANCIACORTA. Rocco in 727 just misses the podium. Home in 4th from Orlando. Mani Novellini from pole position. The Mercedes-AMG Junior led the first half of the race. Nice move down the inside from Orlando to go up to the P2. Blandino from grid 19 carving his way through the field.
Orlando trying to take another victory after winning at Sano earlier on in the championship. At times was the championship leader throughout the race. Legenki and Girardello fighting for the victory, and this was the move that ultimately won the race for the Italian. Novellini back to 3, would finish in second place to move up to 5th in the series. But it's Joelle Gypsy Girardello, undefendable, but he did. The Italian takes victory for the Modena kart team in the Paralin. Novellini, the Mercedes-AMG Junior, in the Prema 2nd, Legenki 3rd. On the podium is the Ukrainian 14 driver, Simone, Orlando, Staciones, and Seva. Blandino, what a drive, ultimately 8th from Zhu. And Sebastian Rydell just holds off Lucas Palacio, who now holds a 3-point lead going into the final round next week at Viterbo, north of Rome. 239 points to Lucas Palacio, 236 points to Michele Orlando. And with that victory, Joelle Girardello 3rd in the championship, going into next week's decider on 215 points. Fomichev, Otenranta, Zhe, Gurski, Carrere, the 4 retirements. And Teo Polican and Sebastian Kotiev, after incidents in the pre-final, did not take the start. Girardello takes victory. He'll stand on the top step of the podium live here at Franciacorta in just a moment. The podium for a thrilling OKN junior final here this afternoon. The Italian, French and Ukrainian drivers, 1, 2 and 3. Just the KZ2 final to go at the remainder of this. The podium for OKN junior. Round 4 here at FRANCIACORTA. In third place for team driver from Ukraine, Alexander Leganki. Second place, the Mercedes AMG Junior for the Prema Racing Team from France, Mani Novellini. Che gara, che vittoria for the Modena Racing Car Team from here in Italy. The winner of round 4 here at FRANCIACORTA, Giuele Gypsy Girardello. And representing the winning Modena Kart Racing Team, Jonathan Finocchi. Signor Ezio Castelletti, il vice sindaco, the vice mayor of Castellezzato, will present the third place trophy to Alexander Leganki. Deuxième place pour le pilote français Mani Novellini. Il vincitore per team Modena Kart, Giuele Gypsy Girardello. And Jonathan Finocchi representing the winning Modena Kart Racing Team. The national anthem of Italia. The podium for the OKN Junior Final. Third place, Alexander Leganki. Second, Mani Novellini. And the winner here at FRANCIACORTA, Giuele Gypsy Girardello. Stay with us on WSK.IT. We've raced 5 times. The KZ2 final to come live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment.
We have raced 5 times this afternoon. 1 race to go, and it promises to be the highlight here at FRANCIACORTA. 89 drivers from around the world in KZ2, including 7 world champions. The final to be led away by the Catalan, the Spaniard, Pedro Hilbrand for the Birol Art Racing team. 89 drivers down to 72 in the pre-final. This is the final 36. Before we race, let's find out how we got here this afternoon. The highlights so far this week from FRANCIACORTA. .405 drivers from 56 nations around the world for yet another record-breaking weekend in WSK promotion in our 20-year history. 89 drivers in KZ2. Pedro Hilbrand, who qualified fastest on Friday in time qualifying with a 45.439, also qualifies on pole position for this, the 18-lap final here this afternoon as well. Hilbrand, Vasile, the front row of the grid. The Birol Art drivers. Christian Bertucca, a DNF. In fact, it did not start yesterday in one of his heats. 2 issues yesterday, and Christian Bertucca starts back on grid 21, the reigning champion. We'll take a look at the grid. KZ2, the final. 7 world champions on the grid, including the 2016 world champion, Pedro Hilbrand, who starts on pole position for the Birol Art Racing team. Daniel Vasile from Pitești in Romania starts out at grid 2. The CPB Sport drivers, second row of the grid, Max Orloff and Senna van Walstein. Casper Gormans looking to break through for a maiden WSK victory. 3 Dutch drivers, because he's alongside Stan Pex, who won at Le Conca. Jotten Omblo, lightning quick in the 111. Samuele Leopardi, Paolo Ippolito, and Giuseppe Palomba, the reigning world champion, out of grid 10 for the Maranello kart team. Matteo Spiegel, Danilo Albanese on the 6th row of the grid. Victor Gustafsson, Galifa Power on the TM CRG. Jennis Civico, a DNF in the pre-final this morning, puts him back on 14. Zanki and Jaden Tian van the Netherlands. Tino Jungling, that's Timo I should say, the German, British, Australian, alongside Yaroslav Shevretalov. Davide Forte, his legendary career continues. 51 years of age, European champion in Formula A in a Tony Kart Rotax back in 1994. He starts alongside Jean Louillet, then Christian Bertucca out of 21. Schleimer, Simon Reckenmacher, Vador Motorsport. Marcus Kayak back on 24 after he failed to finish 1 lap from the checkered flag in the pre-final this morning. Louillet, Shimmersvaara, Sturson in the Lenzo kart. Dion van Verven, Marek Skriven, and Emilian Denner out of 30 for the Formula K SRP team. Anatoly Kavalkin, and it's home. Russo, Menya Krosha, Alessio Piccini, and Lorenzo Travisanuto. The Modena kart, the 2 Paralins on the final row of the grid. As we say, 7 world champions in the field. Travisanuto, Forte, Gustafsson, Palomba, Moraine Kramers, Ippolito in the pole sitter to the bottom left of your screen. From the northeast of Spain, that 126 is the Catalan, the 2016 world champion, winning that race in the desert with that penultimate lap pass on Carol Bash in Bahrain in 2016. Pex 113, the LeConca race winner. We welcome you to FRANCIACORTA in the north of Italy. You're watching us live all around the world on Motorsport TV and WSK.IT as well. Round 4 of 5, the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series. That is Bertuga, visor open. 1-2-5 lining up on grid 21. The reigning World Cup champion, the two-time WSK Supermaster Series champion, still second in the series, but starting back on the 11th row of the grid. Alva Shimasvara, the Finn in the CRG. The KZ2 final here at FRANCIACORTA. The 4 red lights. We race. Perfect start from Hilprand, who leads the field uphill into turn 1. Vasile cuts across immediately to close out the attack by not 1, not 2, but 3 CPB Sport drivers. Stan Pex ahead of Palomba as the field raced down the hill into turn 5 for the first time. Hilprand with a perfect lead, and the Spaniard looking to dominate here this afternoon after dominating so far this weekend. The Birla driver 1-2-6 from pole position leads. The 6-time Romanian champion Vasile in second place. Back to Senna. Scormans and all off also for CPB Sport. 3, 4 and 5 stand in 6. But it's Pedro who lead them across the line for the first time. The Spaniard in P1 looks back behind him to his CL Racing Birla teammate, half a second behind. Vasile, and it's Senna, Orlov and Kasper Scormans. Pex has had a moment in the pit hairpin. Stan has come across the line in position 21. The LeConca race winner, who had an initial good getaway into P6, is way down the field. Stan Pex in trouble here this afternoon. Hilprand, lap 2 of 18. Senator Wallstein, Maxim Orlov and Kasper Scormans. The reigning World Championship winning Sodicat Sigma Chassis team manager Florent Bizelion watching on from that corner right there. His drivers on the back of the 2 Birla drivers. Bertuga up into 17th place. Deep under brakes that time for Maxim Orlov. 1-0-1 for the Russian behind the Dutchman. Kasper Scormans still there in P5. A clean start to the KZ2 final. This is lap 3 of 18. Victor Gustafsson also with a good start. Former world champion who raced at Lonato 2 weeks ago in the OK category with a dangerously high fever of over 40 degrees. He really should have been in hospital. Instead, he was on the grid. He was racing in the rain in the OK category. Galifa Power on the TM CRG of the former world champion, 192. He's up into 7th behind Leopardi as the first 5 from the 2 teams. CPB Sport, 3, 4 and 5. The Birla 1 and 2. That's Leopardi in the background, also for the Birla Racing team. 129, just behind him is Albanese, who's just got by and taken Victor, Spigel, Palomba, and Genis Civico up into P11. A flash across the line, the Dutch attack they've been in force in 2025. They won the first round, did the Netherlands with Stan Pex, but the news for our Dutch viewers watching on live as Daniel goes down the inside and takes his teammate Pedro. Stan Pex is out. The Dutchman has retired. Championship implications after that fabulous victory in the first round of the championship. Stan Pex is out. Vasile leads, does the Romanian. Bertuga loses positions. He's back in 16th, just coming onto the straight in the background. You may have just got a glimpse of the 1-2-5 Birilat. His teammates still 1 and 2. Senna in third, looking to attack. Leopardi in 6 from Albanese, Gustafsson, Spirgel, and Il Napolitano Palomba. P10 for the reigning world champion, now in the Maranello. 1-2-1 ahead of Civico. Albanese goes by and takes Leopardi, trying to drag himself into the fight for the lead. One-third race distance already in the KZ2 final. Schoolmans has a big look behind. At the moment, the gap just over a second. It's comfortable for the second of the two Dutchmen inside the top 5. Hilbrand sweeps around the outside of his teammate. They flash across the line. Anatoly Kavalkin still the fastest on the circuit. Move down the inside. Pedro back in P1. Senna trying to attack, but the Birilat Racing teammates, albeit in different colours, the official Birilat team in the CL colours. Look at Senna on the back of Daniel. Then Wallstein trying to attack. Vasile in second place. Down the back straight, Senna grabs another gear. Second fastest part of the circuit. Albanese in the background, the former European champion, with Victor right behind him. Gustafsson in the CRG, the Road Rebel chassis. Victor Gustafsson last time 46.38, 0.3 of a second faster than the race leaders. He's got Albanese 1.63, the driver from Tuscany here in Italy. Former European champion, 3-time Rock Cup international champion, Albanese. Victor Gustafsson, Albanese, Spirgel has Travis Venuto, 46.3. Down in position 30. Here's Palomba in the background as well, head of Leopardi. Down the inside, Senna into second place. Nice pass. Daniel did give him racing space, but fights back immediately. They touch. Oh, wow. It is on. Daniel almost into the grass. And he's passed by all 3 CBB Sport Cards. Schoolmans off into the grass. The Dutchman goes rally cross. Now he's coming under attack from Danilo Albanese. It was a clean race. Now it's certainly not. Spirgel's there. Palomba looking to fight. Wow. Hilbrand now has the race lead. Vasile back into 4. Schoolmans incredibly still in P5, but under attack from Spirgel, his teammate. Palomba, Civico, Leopardi and Danilo Albanese. Timo Jungling, who lapped everyone 3 times in the rain up to 5th place in his final heat 2 weeks ago at Lonato. The British, German, Australian 104, now knocking on the door of the top 10, trying to drag himself into this battle. Ragged on the edge. There's Vasile, incredibly still in the race. And the same can be said for Kasper Schoolmans. That was Victor Gustafsson. You saw the Swede, the CRG driver, standing on the infield. That great start. He was a victim there. He's joined Zanki, Jean Louillet, Simasfada and Stan Pex as the 5 retirements so far. Pedro continues to lead from Spain. 6 laps remaining at the end of this one. As it stands, Senna van Wallstein with a lead of 96 points. Going into Viterbo, the Leopard International Circuit north of Rome in 7 days' time. Senna in second. There's Palomba on the back of Spirgel, Schoolmans. They're 6 and 5 respectively. They flash across the line at 142 kilometres an hour. Exactly 88 miles an hour. And as you know, That's the same speed as Marty McFly took a DeLorean back to 1955. Decades ago. Exactly 142. That's 88 miles an hour across the line here at FRANCIACORTA. Frighteningly fast in these KZ2 karts. Matteo Spiegel still the fastest on the circuit with a 46.292. The Frenchman in P7. Hilbrand, 0.4 of a second clear. The final third of the KZ2 final here at FRANCIACORTA. There's Palobra in the Maranello kart, now starting to get to grips with his new team. Christian Bertucca, the reigning champion. Winner of the Sano race of the series, crossed the line in P1. Ultimately P2 at Lonato in the rain. After shortcutting the circuit too many times 2 weeks ago. Christian Bertucca, position 14. He's behind Ippolito and Jean Nomblot. Head of Reckenmacher, Marcus Kayak from the back of the grid after DNFing on the final lap of the pre-final this morning. Kavalkin, Chevritalov, Denner, and Davide Forte. What can we say about the legend? Davide Forte, 51 years of age. He was racing 60 Mini in the mid-1980s. The early 1980s, in fact. 12th in the European Intercontinental A Championships back in 1990. Something, I reckon, was 91 or 92. First Euro Championship in 94. And then World Championships. Ugento, Super A in 98. Braga, when he led home a Tony Kart 1, 2 and 3. Frank Pereira and Heikki Kovalainen in 2000. 2004 La Conca. And 2006 at Angeville. Davide Forte, his incredible career continues on. One of the greatest of all time. 89 drivers in KZ2. He's one of 7 world champions. And he's currently in position 20 for the Praga Racing Car team. Maxim Orlov, Russian champion, Italian champion, WSK Final Cup champion. Losing a little bit of time from his teammate Pedro Hilbrand. 2 of the finest racing drivers in the world. I don't mean karting, I mean motorsport full stop. These drivers are world class. Monstering these road racing rocket ships. As we say, top speed of 143 kilometers an hour. No rib vest means an instant cracked rib in one of these cars, despite the smoothness of this 1.3 kilometer circuit. Senna looks behind. They are violent, they are brutal, they are ferociously fast. Pedro leading Senna and Maxim Orlov. The attack from Senna van Wallstein has yet to materialize, and he's running out of time. 0.3 of a second back, but Pedro, multiple European, international and world champion, looking to take victory here this afternoon. That's Palomba, 1-2-1, Il Napolitano. New team, the reigning world champion in P6 from Spiegel. Civico, the second Spaniard inside the top 8, Albanese. And what about Timo Jungling, recently turning 15 years of age, rounds out the 10. Penultimate lap of a massive weekend here at FRANCIACORTA. 405 drivers from 56 nations around the world, including 5 African nations represented, as they were at Lonato, from Senegal, from Morocco, from South Africa, from Kenya, and from Egypt here this weekend. We have raced in Africa in the past, in the WSK International Series at Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. Don't let anybody tell you that it's a poor continent. Bustling, vibrant, and we're delighted to have the African representation here this weekend. In a record-breaking weekend, the WSK Supermaster Series here at the home of world karting in the north of Italy. At the moment, it looks like it's the drivers from Spain, the Netherlands and Russia. 1, 2 and 3. Pedro Hilbrand took pole position on Friday. He has dominated proceedings in the 126 Birol Art. down the back straight for the final time. Senna too far back to attack. Thinking about the championship. Senna will take the lead into Viterbo next weekend for the championship final. But out of the final corner, the checkered flag waves. Vamos! Pedro Hilbrand, the Spaniard, wins here at FRANCIACORTA, round 4 of the Supermasters Series. Senna across the line in second place. With that, Van Walstein, a 96-point lead going into Leopard International Circuit at Viterbo in 7 days' time. Maxim Orlov on the podium in P3. Holm crosses the line. And Maximilian Schleimer will be the final finisher of the weekend here at FRANCIACORTA. Pedro Hilbrand from pole position led the field up the hill into turn 1 and 2 for the first time. Daniel Vassiler, his teammate, going by. They traded position. Senna on the inside, that became the outside. Briefly through into position 2. Vassiler, they touched slightly. And then this. At the top of the hill, Casper Skormans going rallycross. Did brilliantly, the young Dutchman, to come home P5. A position behind Vassiler. But Pedro Hilbrand has taken victory in round 4 of the Supermaster Series. Senna second, as we say, 322 points to Orlov on 226. And Vassiler finishes in P4, but he's third in the series. Maxim Orlov, third on the podium here this afternoon. Skormans, great drive all weekend from the Dutchman. Spiergel, Palomba, Civico, Albanese, and Jungling heads home. Jean Nomblot, his CPB Sport teammate, for the final position in the top 10. A massive weekend has almost come to an end. Not quite. The final podium. KZ2 live from FRANCIACORTA. Stay with us. We'll be right back in just a moment.
The afternoon here for KZ2. Right down to the final few corners of the final lap here at FRANCIACORTA. A brilliant weekend in third place for CPB Sport, Maxim Orlov. P2 today, but he takes a 96-point lead into the final round next week at Viterbo. P2 also for CPB Sport van the Netherlands, Senna van Walstein. All position on Friday morning set the tone for the weekend. Back on the top step, the driver from Catalonia in the northeast of Spain for the Birilat Racing Team wins at FRANCIACORTA. The victor here, Pedro Hilbrand. And representing the winning Birilat Racing Team, Riccardo Longhi. Signor Ezio Casaletti, Vice Sindaco di Castellezzato, the Vice Mayor of the town of Castellezzato, to present the third place trophy to Maxim Orlov. Signor Casaletti will present the second place trophy to Senna van Walstein. For the Birilat Racing Team from Spain, the winner here at FRANCIACORTA. A huge round of applause for the Spaniard, Pedro Hilbrand. And representing the winning Birilat Racing Team, Riccardo Longhi. The national anthem of Spain. The podium for the KZ2 final here at FRANCIACORTA. Third place, Maxim Orlov. Second, Senna van Walstein. And the winner from Spain, Pedro Hilbrand. Another record-breaking weekend here at FRANCIACORTA. 405 drivers from 56 nations around the world. This is the penultimate round of the championship. From here we go north of the eternal city of Rome, south from here, back to the Leopard International Viterbo circuit for the first time since 2011. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. We'll see you next week for the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series 2025. But for now, from FRANCIACORTA, we say arrivederci. See you at Viterbo.